Hey, what's up, guys? Hope you're all doing well. Having a good, I guess, Monday evening. Haven't really done a Monday stream in a while, so I think my head is like both. I put lotion on and I like ran upstairs too. So hope you're doing well tonight. Let's catch up on the chat, and as you can see by the description here, we are doing heavy Saw themed conversations tonight. I figured last live stream we found a few tier lists to do, so why not jump into some of that tonight? Just kind of discuss all things Saw. If there's other stuff that comes up, obviously, as always, we can kind of throw that in as well. But thematically tonight will be Saw related. So let's throw in some music as usual too here. Didn't add anything new. I feel like I should probably find some new tunes to throw in, but we have the same molds for today. All right, let me make sure I don't blast everyone's ears out. I think that's okay. Let's start on a different song today. That seems to be a good one. All right, cool. But yeah, how's everyone doing? Let's catch up on chat here. King Matthew, hope you're doing well. What's up, Andy? I'm here. Just finished episode 1 of Welcome to Derry. Nice. Yeah, I did my review for that overnight, I guess. I'm gonna turn the volume down for me briefly. Yeah, did my review of that. Actually, now it's a little bit too low. Somewhere like there. Sorry if you're hearing that like Microsoft noise. It was crazy. I agree. There were parts I liked, parts I didn't like, but overall, all things considered, it was a decent first episode. You think OU2 will be united? What is that the acronym for like the baby or something? Welcome Derry and Dex Resurrection could be the top 2 shows of 2025 for you. I am holding reservations on Welcome to Derry so far. When does the new Buffy show come out? I'm not sure if I'm actually going to watch it because I didn't watch the show back in the day, but yeah, we will see with Welcome to Derry. I'm not one episode in. I'm not committed to giving a overall thought yet, but it has potential. Stranger Things will probably be top. That's true. Yeah, that'll be a question though. Stranger Things or Resurrection? Which one is better? Because Resurrection was pretty amazing. It is the finale of Stranger Things, so it's hard to deny that, though. We have something to cope into Rusty. Yeah, how you guys doing? Got a fresh pullback ready to fire. Nice. Sounds like you're all set up then. You got your rankings together. Okay. Yeah, I figured we would do kind of 3 things tonight when it comes to tier lists because that seemed to be the most common thing I found. I figured we'd start with the movie tiers, and for this one, I will probably assuming you guys are here hanging out, let you guys drive the answer to that one because I already have done a Saw movie ranking list, and I don't think my opinions have changed too much. So if you want like my full unfiltered opinion, unimpacted opinion by chat, check out that old video. It's like pretty old at this point. I didn't have a mic or anything at that point. I was just on my phone. So, but yeah, I've already done that before. So for that one, I'll probably be more swayed by you guys as far as what we decide. But then after that, I was thinking there's a characters one, which hopefully I know the characters that are going to be on there. And then I figured the big finale will be traps. So, and then from there we'll see. Depends on how long all that takes, I guess. Let's see. You got the Saw movie bundle on sale. $15. Is that like 1 through 10? If so, that's an amazing deal. Music's good. All right, cool. Salsa. The car means the car scene he means. Kid spell. Oh, you're right. Trouble. Yeah. When he's spelling things out. It was kind of fun having the like tie-ins because I didn't realize it really at first, but when the kid is like spelling stuff in the car next to him, it's somewhat referring to the same stuff we see in the movie scenes with like the movie theater stuff playing. I think some of that song was kind of tied into the words they were spelling. You hate the baby. Yeah, to your point, I think in what you commented, I'm not sure how long we'll have it last because we know Pennywise is coming at some point. So maybe this is just like the freak of the week, if you will, of Pennywise variations. It'd be cool if maybe like per episode we got like a different version of how Pennywise is like represented, and then culminating in the clown version. I don't know if they would do that though. New Buffy show's coming out at some point soon. Okay. I'll maybe see what the reception is with that one. If it seems like it's gonna be good, I will look into it. But I've never watched a single episode of Buffy, so maybe if you want somebody's opinion who's like never been impacted by the show at all, I could provide that. The only bad Saw film was Spiral. We may have similar opinions, King Matthew. People love Spiral, though. The 10 Saw movies. Oh, you already had those two. I mean, that's still, to your point, even 8 movies for $15. Pennywise didn't come until later. Yeah, I mean, we'll probably get hints here and there, but I think maybe the full reveal of like him being actually in the show probably will be in a couple episodes. Agree on the baby or why they used it twice. True. I mean, we had it in the car and in the theater. Or when it's supposed to be whatever the person's afraid of. True. I mean, if they're both seeing it. I mean, I guess everybody sees Pennywise also, even if they're not afraid of clowns, but I don't know. I kind of feel like with a lot of the stuff, if you ask the creators, they would just say, it's up to interpretation. They would like give the vague answer of like, it's art. So like when I talked about in the review with the car, not knowing if Maddie was actually driving in a car with somebody or if that was just like all in his head and he's, I don't know, physically wherever he's at. I think they would tell you it's up to you to decide. So sometimes that stuff's fun because it lets you like explore your imagination, but then sometimes it feels like a little bit lazy. It's kind of like, I feel like the classic example is like the ending of Inception, where it's like the top is spinning. Did it fall slightly or did it continue to spin? That one's a little bit less lazy though, I would say. Let's switch up the fears. Yeah. I don't know. Did you guys like the special effects that they used? I feel like they were kind of cheesy. I don't know how much like CGI was used, but it felt like a, I don't know, not the best effects. You love Spiral? Yeah, I think that's, people are pretty probably polarized on that one because it's so different than the rest of the Saw movies. Everyone afraid of clowns? Fair. Fair. Remember that thing like years ago when there was like clowns in the streets? And I don't know what came of that, but you like the face lamp? Yeah, that one was okay. I mean, it looked a little goofy, but that felt like a scene that would be in It. And to Rusty's point, maybe you made that when we were playing Apex, but how it was like specific to the character, it was personalized. It wasn't like what you just made now too. It wasn't just a generic baby, everybody's afraid of this thing. Like that kid was being impacted by it. Granted, I don't know if we know too much about what their fears are yet. I watched, after I did my review, I watched they did one of those, I feel like every show does it nowadays, where there's like a 5-minute conversation with the creators afterwards. And they definitely were trying to go for the shock value with how they handled the kids. With being like, these are characters you now, I don't know. I feel like they thought we like fell in love with these characters already, which I didn't feel that way. I feel like they weren't the best in my opinion, but their interpretation was, we made you fall in love with these characters so quickly, and then I mean, spoilers, I guess, we kind of gone down the tangent of Welcome to Derry, but we, at least for now, they seem to be not in the show anymore. So I think they're trying to pitch the show as being like everybody's expendable. Which I don't know if I fully believe that necessarily. It's weird though that they've seemingly already planned to do a few seasons of the show. I feel like a lot of these shows, when they commit to doing multiple seasons, it's like, let's see if people like the first one first before we just say we're doing so many more. Because I mean, I'm glad they have a plan. It's not just like randomly adding stuff as we go, but I feel like we have to get approval for multiple seasons first. Let's see. Been binge watching NCIS. I never watched it. I've obviously seen promotional stuff for it all the time. Pennywise is sort of a spider. Yeah, I mean the final form, right? I don't really like the spider version of Pennywise. I feel like typically when we get to the back half of the It story with the adults, I'm kind of like, I don't know. Did you guys like It Chapter 2? I wasn't a big fan of it. I think they referenced the Wolfman, and that was from the book. Yeah, there was definitely... So I'm not the biggest, like, Stephen King lore person, per se. But I think in this episode, and I imagine throughout the entire season, we're going to do a lot of, like, references to other Stephen King stuff that maybe you guys will pick up on. So let me know if you find any of those, because they're probably going to go, like, way over my head. I'm going to be definitely Drax with them flying over my head. Clown probably got shot. Oh, the people in the streets. You watched the after episode. What'd you guys think of the kid characters? I talked about it in my review a bit, but we'll do like a few minutes on it before we jump into Saw, I guess, today. What'd you think of the characters? I felt like, especially that one kid, I feel like he was just doing too much. I liked Maddie. The other kids were fine. I don't think they were as charismatic as the Chapter 1 cast, but they were okay. I mean, if we only have them in one episode, then it's fine. I like the curly hair kid. Yeah, he seemed decent. If I think about it, Pennywise is similar to the Creeper. Yeah. Yeah, I know there's more baggage tied around that character, but yeah, I get your point there. Did they say why the first kid's eye was black? Bully? You talking about Maddie? I'm trying to think, was his eye black? I mean, he definitely seemed like a bit of an outcast of a character, and that's why he like ran away or whatever. And the kids felt bad afterwards that they didn't do more. It's definitely one of those situations where that was kind of a real situation where somebody is getting like neglected, and then in the moment nobody cares, but then suddenly they're gone. Then suddenly after that everybody cares, and they were my best friend, and I wish I did more type of thing. So kind of a life lesson there. Be more present when people are around. Everyone should be expendable. I mean, in this franchise, yeah, there's not like a Laurie Strode, Sidney Prescott. Like, you don't have like a character that the franchise relies upon to be successful outside of Pennywise, I guess. So any human characters, I feel like, yeah, no one should survive this. Yeah, that was the thing I kind of wondered, because so when these kids turn into adults, in theory, I feel like a lot of times the adults are like mindless, just zombies roaming around. And part of me is like, if they experienced this trauma with Pennywise, wouldn't they be more understanding of the kids in the next generation? But to your point, maybe the kids that get traumatized don't survive, and the only ones that stay alive are just those mindless characters. They didn't go into the black eye. Maybe it was his dad that did it. You got a Henry vibe from the first kid. I'm drawing a blank on what Henry would be from. Preferred 1990s It. Chapter 2 was okay. It was sad, yeah, with them at the end. I don't know which one I prefer. I think I'd have to rewatch the Tim Curry It. It's been a long time since I watched it. Didn't really enjoy the New It movies. I like the 2017 one. I should have, maybe I'll wear that in a future video. I went to, back when I was going to like screeners, I went to one of the screeners for It Chapter 1, and they gave you like a free shirt if you donated food, which I did, so I got a shirt. It just has, it's old at this point, but it's like a white shirt, and it has like Pennywise behind a balloon on it, so kind of cool. I remember wearing it one time, and this like little girl was so excited to see it. I'm like, I don't know why you've seen it, but I guess that's cool. In the theater scene stuff, he has a black eye. Which kid are we talking about? Because in this theater scene, it wouldn't be Maddie. Are you talking about one of the other two boys? I should probably rewatch the episode too, honestly. I feel like after hearing them talk about the show, revisiting would make sense. Before it was announced, I was expecting to do Chapter 3. How well the new movies were. I thought people hated Chapter 2. I think it sold okay, like in the box office, because how well the first one did, but I thought most people don't like the second one. As much, at least. Second one's kind of long, too, right? I think some parts I'm curious how they're going to handle, because it's obviously like a period piece. Some of the like hatred in this world. That stuff, I feel like while it's realistic, I don't always love. Like the beginning of Chapter 2, when they're just trying to be mean for mean's sake, kind of. How Chapter 3 makes sense. Yeah, we'd have to just, I mean, I think they've added characters in this show that aren't in the book too, so they could just expand on it if they wanted. Oh yeah, to your point. Granted, they made this show. I'm curious how much impact, do you think they consult Stephen King at all? Henry the Bull in the films. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, a lot of times like bullies in these kind of movies or shows, like they have their own trauma and that's why they're the bully or whatever. I just looked it up, but yeah, I saw that Dick Halloran from The Shining was in it. I didn't catch him like in the show while watching it, but I had heard that was a thing, and then I think Atomic Cult commented that point too. His dad beat him. Maddie's a black guy. Yeah. I thought he was that kid. I don't remember him being in the theater though. Oh, at the beginning of the movie or at the beginning of the show. Duh, he was in the theater when he's running away from the employee. My bad. I don't remember any of these new shows, kids' names. Yeah, I'm the same way. I had to look up the name of the kid that, as I said, I wasn't a fan of his acting when I did the review. Like Maddie's name I got down because he was like frequently said. Pretty sure it was too disturbing by Griff. Yeah, they kind of, what do you guys think about the birth scene in the car? I feel like they went a little bit over the top. Maybe that's what they were trying to do, but I was like, there's just like blood rushing in the passenger seat. I'm like, okay. Like, I get the point. We're trying to be like a bit edgy, but I don't know. I would have probably preferred some other variation of what they would do in the car. Going into Chapter 2, we all knew what was going to happen. True. I mean, they could have made some changes, which I think they made a little bit of changes, but the end point where they're like being brave together and standing up to him, we knew that was going to happen. You're sick of gross births? Okay. Yeah, it sounds like you agree then. Andy had Stephen King in his movie, so I imagine a little. As far as consulting him. It's overused between that and assault. Yeah. I mean, it's good not to like neglect the past because it had happened, so it's acknowledging it, but sometimes like realism stuff, I'm like, just because you're realistic doesn't mean I'm enjoying watching it, so more tension in the beginning. Yeah. Less gore, more intense scenes. Yeah, like the uneasy stuff. Like the when they're doing the spelling stuff in the car. And the kid has like the crossed eyes when he's like looking at him. Birth scene was stupid. Like solo person picking up would have been better. Get him in the bathroom like the original show. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of routes they could have taken. I'm curious if they're gonna have them in the show going forward. Maybe as like dead versions, kind of like in the movies where you had Georgie still coming back. They should have kept making it uncomfortable. Yeah, I think they showed too much. Like, build that tension without necessarily just like putting it all on display. I think partially they wanted to come out strong with the first episode because they wanted to build that shock value and they wanted to gain an audience. I don't know if it worked necessarily, but they were probably afraid of slow rolling the beginning and not having people get invested. What's up, Lex? Thanks for hopping in. I wonder if the It series could somehow be connected to the Black Phone. I don't think so. Probably not, I would say. Maybe it'd be cool, but... Which we'll be talking about the Black Phone on... I'm probably leaning towards doing my review of the movies that I've been posting about on Saturday. I don't know if you guys are, like, free that time, but I thought... probably the day after Halloween would make sense. Black Phone's his son's book, not Steven's. Does his son write? I don't know if I knew that even. She said it get him in the theater. Yeah, I mean, having like all the kids get impact. I think they wanted, as I said, go for like that shock value because they should have probably had more isolated buildups of each character, but kind of the point I made with like the comparison to like Friday the 13th, I think they wanted to come out swinging and be like, hey, everybody can die. And we kind of fooled you a little bit. These aren't the characters that's going to be like the main focal point. You thought these were the characters. Now we're going to shift maybe to some other group of characters. Joe Hill, that's Stephen King's kid. Carver didn't make any sense. It travels through the sewer system. Yeah, can Pennywise drive? Does he have a license? I don't know. I don't think there aren't any rules to him overall. The more you think about it. Yeah, I mean, you can... That's the hard part with movies and shows. Depending on how far you want to go, you can, like, nitpick everything out the wazoo. And I think a lot of times, depending on how much you like the payoff, determines how much you do that. The classic example for that is Dexter New Blood. The ending sucked. So all of the problems with like the inconsistencies with like the ketamine and the Angela stuff became glaring, and I'm like, this is stupid. But if they nailed the ending, you're like, you know what? Like with Resurrection, the show was good. There was a lot of conveniences, but it was like, oh, they're fine because I was fine with how things turned out. So we all agree car scene. Yeah, the car scene, not entirely. I thought the beginning of the car scene was okay with like them. I mean, they're trying to pitch this family. I think they talked about this in the post episode. They're trying to pitch them as like the like staple American family. Like this is what you're striving to be. And then they slowly like uncover that they're actually, there's some like darkness with the characters or with those like made up characters. So that stuff I liked. But then we just jumped to like full blown crazy with like the birth and then flying out the window or whatever. I was trying to see that scene a little bit. They played it pretty fast. Like the bat flies out the window, but I couldn't tell like how Maddie was impacted by that. Like, did it attack him at all or did it just leave the car? One thing I kind of like was the troll of setting up characters like the movie. Yeah, they definitely did that. Like, psych, these aren't the characters that you thought they were. You enjoyed the ending of New Blood? At some point, I'm going to do my rewatch and do a review of it, but I can tell you right now, it's not great for me. It never takes place in the 70s. 90s movies was the 50s and the 90s. We're in the 60s now, right? 62, I think it is. But to your point, not that decade regardless. Bring back Teoslis. I was thinking after I made that short on comparing the two, I'm like, the baby doesn't actually have any eyes, so Teoslis could just like crawl straight up in there. What's with the baby Binky thing? I think that's supposed to imply like the trauma that the kid has had. It's like his security blanket almost, where he's not had like a solid foundation, so it's like his coping mechanism almost. I think it's just like his personal way to respond to stress, and it's just like visually showing us that he's dealing with that kind of stuff. It can't manifest a car. Apparently it can. A car, an entire family can do whatever it wants. There are no rules at this point. I'm curious how the Crystal Lake TV show will be. Yeah, I will be too. We do have I haven't watched anything on now, but I think we have Peacock now, so I'll have to. That comes out next year. I was not going to wind up watching it, but if we do have the service, I may now wind up checking it out. I do like what's her name? Who's playing Pamela Voorhees? The chick from Freaks and Geeks and Scooby Doo, I think. Now we're 1962 in the show, yeah. I'm not sure how I'm gonna like even going back further, because if I'm making a comparison, like with Fear Street, for example, I talked about this a little bit when I reviewed the latest one. The third Fear Street was my least favorite because we keep going like further back in time. When did that take place? Like in the 1600s or something? Or when was that? I don't remember when it took place. Actually, I think they were doing a like witch trial stuff, so whenever that time period was. But either way, the farthest back one, I feel like I liked the least. I don't know. I feel like sometimes that stuff is like slower paced, and I don't need like constant action. I'm not like full TikTok generation, but I'm also not like very slow paced either. Linda Cardellini, yeah, that's the girl from Crystal Lake. You hated the binky? I didn't mind it. Maybe they could have done it something like different, but I feel like that was one that you noticed. If they did something else where he was like doing some other kind of like tick response, maybe it would have been as like obvious. Should have showed Maddie running through the town, invisible car. he's just like sitting there and he's just flying through the town. That would have been great. Has the military guys enjoying a cup of coffee? The kid runs by the diner. Who are the guys that beat up the airmen with the gas masks? Yeah, I don't know if we'll get, probably next episode we'll get an explanation. My assumption in real time was that it was like other people in the military that didn't like this guy joining them. And that's where I wonder if like the period piece is going to come into play, where it's like, I don't know, maybe they're like racist or something. Who knows? But I mean, isn't he still on the base right now? So it's somebody who's there. I mean, we already kind of got that with the guy who's like underneath him being very like disrespectful. And then like James Remar comes in and is like, hey, shape up. It was cool to see James Remar back. What'd you guys think of that? I don't know how much he'll be in the show, but nice to see him in something else outside of Dexter. Kind of feel like I think of him in that, Dexter, and the Fast and Furious. And It prequel was unnecessary. I mean, we are in full deep reboots in general. And I say, yeah, we are fully in remake, reboot, sequel, whatever we want to call it. Everything where it's like, this worked in the past, let's bring it back. We just saw it with Halo, let's bring it back. Which, that's been interesting seeing that online. I won't get into the weeds of that conversation, but is the military going to release The Mist? That's a crossover that'd be interesting. Actually, I had debated having that one. I guess it always could still substitute it in. I debated The Mist being one of my 13 movies. I think of that guy Dexter's dad in Sex and the City. He was with Samantha and broke her heart. I'm familiar with the show. I never watched it, but that's cool. Everyone loves The Mist. I feel like that's another movie where I feel like everyone hated it when it came out. time passed, and they're like, oh, such a great ending. It's so deep. From my understanding, the movie ends differently than the original story did, right? Which I won't, I guess, spoil the ending to that movie at this point. It's been out for a long time, though. Loved it, but ending was rough. Yeah. That's Thomas Jane, right? Rewatchability is so low. Yeah, I mean, once you know the ending, it's like, you're just watching just monsters attack a grocery store after that. Confused on your post about the Lost Boys this morning. Yeah, I thought maybe you meant the Warriors. Also, I did look it up. Apparently, it was like season 4, episode 10 or something of Dexter was called Lost Boy or something like that. So maybe there's that tie-in with James Remar too. What's up, the Resident Evil? We have actually not started a single thing on Saw. We've been solely talking about the Welcome to Derry show, which I'm fine with that. I am wearing my appropriate Saw shirt for today, though. And he is well hidden up there. Billy the Puppet. You cannot see him up on my shelf, but there's mist and there's no mist. Yeah. To Derry. Yeah, the It TV show that just came out. Probably gonna watch Lost Boys for the first time tomorrow morning, so I'm prepared to stream. Nice. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys think about all those movies. That's one I won't get deep into it yet, but I think I always want to like the Lost Boys more than I do. But we'll talk about that one probably on Saturday. New HBO show, yeah. 80s garbage. Some people would. That's fighting words for some people. I don't. I feel like I've watched it a couple times over the last few years, and I go into it being like, oh, I'm gonna like this more this time, but I just haven't. Speaking of differences in books and movies, It is a good example. Yeah, I don't think I've read the book. I know it gets a little bit more graphic, right, with like some of the kid scenes, which I'm probably glad they don't have that on screen. Like, isn't there a big scene with like the kids all like hooking up? Lost Boys is a cult classic. Yeah, that's kind of my thought. I mean, a lot of those like older movies that people have polarizing thoughts on, you're either in like the heavily love it or you're like, eh. Yeah, I would agree. That's probably it's probably good we just leave that stuff to the book imagination. I guess in theory, there's like animated stuff that you could be more willing to do that thing, those kind of things, but yeah, let's leave it to the book. The lore behind Pennywise is a little different. Oh, in the book? Let's pull up, you're digging the turtle references again. And Welcome to Derry. Trying to think where that would have been. With the necklace thing, or the thing the girl got? There's a cosmic turtle that serves as his nemesis. Pennywise's nemesis is a turtle? That sounds like something out of like Godzilla, where it's like, all right, King Ghidorah's coming down with Gigan. They're fighting Godzilla and Anguirus. Like that sounds like something out of Godzilla. Like the cockroaches from space are bringing down King Ghidorah. Love the turtle. Yeah, as I said, I'm not the deepest lore for It person, so I am not the reference point there. I am the casual It fan. But they're cool to see those things, though. In It movies, there are multiple turtles mentioned. Huh. Turtle power. Yeah, the Ninja Turtles are going to come in the next episode and just fight Pennywise. Have you not heard of Gamera? I have. I have heard of Gamera. That is true. That's another good one. Remember when people thought it was a turtle reference in the beginning of the first movie? I do not. Is there something at the beginning of the first movie is when Georgie sees Pennywise in the the drain. Is there a turtle message there? That was a shock thing too. Speaking of shock value at the beginning of this episode, or like this first episode in general, the opening to It Chapter 1, I expected Georgie to get like taken away, but having Pennywise just like gnaw his arm off, did not fully expect that. Definitely surprised me. Literally a kaiju turtle, yeah. Gamera was cool. He's not really in that Godzilla franchise, but he has his own cool stuff. I think it relates to the Dark Tower series too. I will say the Dark Tower movie kind of sucked. The one with Idris Elba. Alright, sounds good, King Matthew. Yeah. Hopefully you guys got snacks or whatever, just hanging out. Kind of the point of these streams, just chilling. Look down the street when Georgie dies. For a turtle? Okay. We should try doing Dark Tower again. So much potential. Yeah, I did not love the movie. McConaughey's in that too, right? Is it McConaughey and Elba? I think I've heard the book is decent. There was another cameo from a different Stephen King novel in the book. It's fun to do those like crossovers. Is that pronounced Maturin or Maturin? It's a cosmic benevolent turtle who's a central figure in the Stephen King's multiverse, acting as both an enemy to the creature and a guardian of the Dark Tower. I don't remember even a turtle being in the Dark Tower, like the movie. Speaking of Dark Tower, character from that is supposedly in It. There's probably so many Easter eggs. You could probably make so many like YouTube videos on like the 50 Easter eggs that just like I did not pick up on. Is he still writing like new books? I feel like he's continuing to have like movies come out at this point, which is surprising. I feel like we've done like every Stephen King property, but there still continues to be more. All right, as we talk about this, I'm gonna grab. I actually did not pull up any of these tier lists. Let me grab a few of these. Let's see. I don't think you can see it when I pull up the tier list, but the one thumbnail for this tier list is, did you guys ever watch the AMC like mocking trailer for when Saw 10 came out, I believe? They had the is it Nicole Kidman who does the, is it her? I think so. Who did the original like AMC like it's the movies where you come to do whatever. They had a jigsaw variation of that where he's like riding his tricycle in, and it was pretty funny. But I'm seeing that that thumbnail here. I think they pulled it down, but people still have it posted these days. All right, let's okay. Apparently, when getting the Bowers due to the losers, Pennywise is driving a red car. The car's named Christine. The main villain of Christine by Stephen King. It does feel like a lot of times people like want to connect these worlds. It feels like Stephen King stuff maybe actually is connected. Maybe we should blame him for wanting to connect everything, being like, oh, Jonah Mitchell, the New York Ripper, all that kind of stuff. Anyone ever watched The Langoliers, The Stand, or Rose Red? I don't think I've watched any of those. When you said Stand, I just thought of Stand By Me, but I don't think I've watched those. Yeah, Skarsgård, I don't think people can deny. I think you can argue if you like Tim Curry more than Skarsgård, but he did his own thing in 2017, and I feel like it worked. As mentioned, whether you like Tim Curry more still, I don't think you can deny that Skarsgård like was really effective as Pennywise. Langoliers has some awesome 90s CGI. So not good CGI. That's my takeaway from that. I feel like 90s CGI, I'm assuming not good. Pac-Man style monsters. Like the little ghosts. Just balls of teeth. Disappoint. Yeah, I haven't seen any of those. Maybe in the future. Watch The Long Walk. I'm planning to watch it probably whenever it comes to streaming. I think Rusty, you mostly like that one. It's the first tier thing. Yeah, let's jump right in. I won't dilly-dally too much. I mentioned this at the beginning. These first two, I'm going to let you guys drive most of the direction here. Also, let's add another tier. There's only 5. I mean, in fairness, this first tier list only has 10 things. So maybe we don't need another tier, but I think we'll make one. We'll make one, and we just may not use every tier, I guess. Wait, what happened here? There. There. Okay. Wait, why did those switch? There we go. Okay. So weird to hit on bad CGI. I think once again, it depends if you like the movie anyway. How I've kind of mentioned before, CGI in The Faculty, not good. But I like the movie, so it's kind of like funny. But if you don't like the movie, then you kind of just laugh at it. It's out on streaming now. The Long Walk is already? Wow. I mean, it makes sense, I guess, this time of year. But that was quick. Weapons on HBO. Yeah. That's a good one to check out. Would I call it the best movie of the year like a lot of people have? Maybe not, but it's worth a watch. End sequence was crazy. Yeah, that may be one we discuss on Saturday. But tonally, major shift in that last act. Or if you're old and like old movies, it's fair. All right, let's jump over to tier list. I think this should be all right. Cool. I guess I can make my face a little bigger for this one because we only have 10 things on here. All right, so as mentioned, this first one we're just doing the Saw movies. So 10 options here. And I'm going to mostly let you guys drive unless you have no opinion. Then I will take the wheel like Maddie probably should have. But if you guys want to keep talking other movies too, or like Welcome to Derry, I'm good with that. But we'll start off here with some Saw, the OG Saw. So I'll just put it up here so we know which one we're on. But what do you guys think about the first Saw movie? I'm used to seeing the foot picture for the first one, but they chose to go with the Amanda Young reverse bear trap look here. All right, to make a prequel with the weapons antagonist. Yeah, I don't know how soon that's going to come out because that's Zach Kreger, right? And he's now working on the new Resident Evil movie. So maybe after that, I would expect the prequel to Weapons will probably be like, I don't know, it could be like 5 years from now. Two better faces everywhere. What are we talking about? Saw 1 is S tier. Not really sure. Perfect twist going back in the day. Thought the puppet would be the killer. What, you think they thought it was gonna be like a magical puppet or something? How would the puppet be the killer? That would have been a big shift. I mean, that would have been a twist if suddenly we realize this is like a Dead Silence situation. What'd you guys think of Dead Silence? Not to go down that like rabbit hole. I think I've only ever watched it once, and I think it was kind of overhated, but it wasn't the best. A Donnie Wahlberg, I believe, was in that. All right, but yeah, Saw 1. What do you guys think about the OG Saw as a tier on here? That'll be Saw 12 with Billy the Puppet taking over. Love Dead Silence. I mean, if we lose Tobin at some point, you could just just go crazy with him being the villain. Love Dead Silence. Yeah, the ending was definitely a wild ending. Never seen it. It's not like, it's okay. It's not one I would say you have to watch, but I think you can have a good time with it. I think it's a bit overhated, I will say. What's up, Chrysalis? Saw's my third favorite horror franchise between F13 and Scream. Pretty solid. I need to watch all the I've said this a million times before, but I need to watch all the F13 movies again to get a better gauge on how I feel about the franchise. But I would agree Scream and Saw being up there for sure. Remember Boy and Boy 2? First one real person, second they're like, F it, make the doll be haunted. Is that a movie franchise, Boy? I don't think I know that one. First Saw movie, A+, Saw A. I'll ask you guys this, and maybe this isn't a fair thing to suggest. If Saw didn't have the ending that it had with, I mean, FYI, we're going to talk heavy Saw spoilers here. So if you haven't watched the Saw franchise, this is your warning now, because this franchise lives on its endings. So major FYI there. But if we didn't have the ending of Saw that we had with Tobin Bell being the bad guy, the standing up in the bathroom, if it just ended with like Zepp being the killer, would you guys still like it as much? Or does it rely heavily on the ending? Because I think without the ending, it's kind of just your typical like cop, detective, criminal movie. Whereas I thought Bill the Puppet would be the killer. I see him on the tricycle. That would be amazing. I remember years ago, this has been a long time now, I was in a mall. I don't know if it was on Halloween or around Halloween. And there was like nobody in the mall. I think we went to a restaurant there. And there was just this person riding on the tricycle dressed up as Billy the Puppet. For other people, they probably would have been like terrified, but I thought it was hilarious. Don't know how they were allowed to do that, but maybe it was Halloween. It had to have been like something like that. So I'll be like a B if it didn't have the ending. Yeah. I mean, you can argue lower than that even. I think you could argue Saw could be like a C if you didn't have that ending. Saw, gotta be honest, the plot with all these movies is all over the timeline. Trouble remembering. I don't mind. I can kind of give a recap. It's been a couple of years since I've watched the franchise, but I, for the most part, know the stories pretty well. So yeah, I guess people probably know the first one, but as a refresher, you have the two detectives. I'm trying to remember what the other guy's name is who gets the shotgun blast to the face. But you have Detective Tapp, played by Glover. And you have Cary Elwes and Lee Winnell in this bathroom, chained up. Dr. Gordon, played by Cary Elwes, has to kill Adam before a certain time. Otherwise, his family dies. Then we have the ending with Zepp, who is also involved in the game. They kind of returned to that concept later on. Was that in Saw 4, I guess? With somebody you think is the bad guy, but they're just like a part of the game too. I don't think I ever really thought Zepp was the villain when I watched that one. Okay, let's see. Dr. Gordon cutting off his foot in the ending of Saw 1 made the ending intense. Yeah. True. Zepp would feel like a confusing villain if he was actually Jigsaw. True. There was like what was the motive there, I guess, is to your point. I feel like they made it kind of clear throughout it, though, when he was like watching the screens, he looked like he was just like a henchman almost. But yeah, without the ending, I mean, the acting, I'm not a big fan of. I realized it was like a lower budget movie, but like, I think I said this in my review because I reviewed the first Saw movie independently from my rankings. But the acting, especially like Cary Elwes has like his accent slip so many times. I think it's like at least 3 times he's saying something and then it like slips out a little bit there. I'm like, ooh. Kill Adam McKay, the writer of Saw. Yeah. him and Juan, who are now back at the helm at this point. All right, Rusty, what you got here? 1X, 2, 3, Spiral, 6, 4, Jigsaw, 5, 3D. I think directionally, we're in the same place. There's some minor tweaks, but I think that's a decent order you got there. You know the basic plots of the first 3, but 4 beyond I don't remember. Yeah, I know a lot of people get like 4 through 6 a little bit confused. He was a piece to the puzzle. Zep? Yeah. They kind of stopped doing that stuff. I feel like early on, we had the puzzle piece cut out of the victims. Did they still? I feel like they kind of abandoned that concept later in the story. I mean, they probably. I think they still did it a little bit because Hoffman was trying to like act like he was Jigsaw, but I feel like the point of that kind of got just disregarded. They got Danny Glover to be in Saw was crazy. Yeah, I mean, Cary Elwes too is a decent. He's not necessarily like the top of the top, but he's in some pretty good movies. Princess Bride, Liar Liar, stuff like that. James McAvoy in Chapter 2. The accent slipped like every 5 seconds. That's probably another good one. I feel like they had a great cast for Chapter 2. I don't know how that movie didn't do super well. It just felt like it was kind of dragged out. Like you had Bill Hader. Pretty sure they did it in Jigsaw. The Jigsaw piece. I mean, that'd be fitting. I feel like whenever the new apprentice is trying to like act like they're the original, that's when we remind ourselves, oh yeah, let's do the Jigsaw thing, right? It's crazy because all the other actors matched. Love McAvoy though. Yeah, I like him typically. He does a villain pretty well. More often than not. All right, what'd you guys say? Let's not dilly-dally too much here. You said S, A+, and A. It sounds like we are averaging to an A probably then. A+. All right, we'll put you an A. I don't know if we'll use it. I mean, we probably won't with only 10 movies in 6 tiers. So we'll see. A. I'd say S. I think we got like 4 or so A's and 2 S's. So I think that keeps us in A for right now. And I will abstain from voting. But if I was voting, I think A sounds about right. It's weird. I want to like, similar to what I did with The Faculty, where I'm like, I am inflating this score because I love this movie. I kind of wanted to do that with Saw, but at the same time, I don't know. The original's not my favorite, probably. So you have to have some like wiggle room a little bit. All right, Saw 2. As a reminder for this one, we have Detective Matthews, who gets pretty shortchanged in this franchise. But he's trying to catch Jigsaw. His son gets kidnapped by Jigsaw. And they have Jigsaw dead to rights this entire movie. But he has this other game going on that they're trying to figure out what's going on there. So this is probably the Saw movie outside of X where we have the most of John Kramer actually like speak and stuff, have a prominent role. And it continues kind of the multi-storyline where we have like, Saw does this like pretty much consistently throughout. You have plot A with the police detectives trying to solve the case. And you have plot B with the people in the traps. So you have the people in the traps here. You have Amanda Young come back. She's one of the victims, which was an awesome reveal. Probably the most, I guess, let's say these for all of them. The most like recognizable trap in the first one's probably the reverse bear trap. The second one, it's probably the needle pit. That's the one people talk about the most. But you have them going through this like fun house of horrors, and we find out that these people were all criminals that Detective Matthews framed and put away in jail, which obviously they got out at some point, but so they're incentivized to not like his kid. And the ending to this movie is probably why I have it. I think it still is my favorite Saw movie. Like to come off the first movie, I feel like that's the biggest thing. To come off the first movie and to still have an amazing twist ending, to have multiple, honestly. You had the kid in the safe, the kid from Scream 4, also Full Court Miracle, which we talked about the other day. He's in the safe. Amanda's in on it. They're just recordings that have been just like played back. There's just like so many twists. You have the bathroom again. That was amazing. I didn't expect to see that come back in the second movie. So they like at the end of that movie, it's kind of like Frailty. They just throw in a bunch of twists at the end to really work, in my opinion. All right. Saw 2 is A tier. I love the banter between Eric and John. Yeah. Saw 2 was good. A+. Traps were neat. A. Hot tech. I didn't like Saw 2 for years. I kind of feel like almost reverse, where I thought it was amazing. It's not one I go back to and watch a whole lot, though. So part of me is like, if I watch it again, am I going to drop it in my rankings? I do think on rewatch, some of the scenes where we're like going through the funhouse of horrors aren't the most exciting. But so part of me wants to like keep it at my favorite and not like tamper that at all. But I wonder if I would still love it as much today. Needle Pit still freaks me out. Yeah. The twist of it happening to the time change, which they've gone back to a couple times. You'd say B. Eric was originally supposed to have a bigger part in Saw 3. That franchise entirely does that stuff where, I mean, that happened with Cary Elwes, right? Like every time a Saw movie came out. So this was my franchise growing up. I would go see it. I guess 3 through Jigsaw, I saw in theaters every year. Well, I guess there's a gap between 7 and Jigsaw, but every year a new Saw movie would come out. The IMDb forums, which were like rampant back in the day, would be like, all right, Dr. Gordon's coming back. He's the new apprentice. But I think Cary in the background was like having issues with the creators. So I think that factored into when he came back eventually. Yeah, the needles. Can't forget the Venus flytrap. True. That's one of the openings. We'll get to that trap later. It's probably gonna be a long stream. I'm now realizing. The flytrap was brutal. Yeah. Yeah, we'll talk about the traps a little bit later, but it'd be tough to do some of those traps if I'm being honest. Seeing the bathroom game was dope. Yeah, I was a sucker for that. I feel like Easter egg, like deep cut nostalgia stuff. I mean, that wasn't that deep of a cut, but like I'm either a sucker for it or I feel like it's too cheesy. That's one I was like way into. Don't talk about Frailty with that tone. I like Frailty. I'm just saying they both had a similar, like, let's hit you with multiple surprises at the end. Saw 2 the old movie that John got beat up brutally. He did get beat up pretty good. I mean, his head got a procedure on it in 3, so. Hey, Rusty, thank you so much. Let's go, man. Appreciate that. I did make, for today, I made a Saw-specific clip to play, which I combined a few different scenes, but kind of relevant now. They're all from Saw 2, so let's play those. Maybe I'll pause the music for this one because this music's kind of a little louder, or at least I'll change it over here, and we'll pause it. Let's give you some Saw 2 here.
I want to play a game. There will be blood.
That's obviously multiple scenes there of Kramer, but the last one is when they're infiltrating the building early on in the movie. You just hear that pin get pulled, and they get their legs like snapped. It's pretty wild, but thank you so much, Rusty. Appreciate that. Yeah, great scenes. I mean, Kramer is one of the more iconic, I feel like, horror villains for me. John was completely at the mercy of the police. Yeah. It felt like weirdly they probably could have pressed him a little bit more. I know they were trying to like solve the thing and didn't want him to like harm anybody because they thought it was live, but all right, let's put the music back on. Did you ever watch Identity? Watch both the same time frames. Frailty. I don't know if I have. Let's see. What movie is Identity? That feels like too generic of a title for me to. Is that the one with? I don't think I've seen this actually. John Cusack, Ray Liotta. I like the cover with like the bodies as fingers. 10 people seek refuge in an isolated motel at the same time. Killer under the care of a psychiatrist who has just found the killer's revealing journal awaits execution for murdering a group of motel guests. Huh. Sounds interesting. Pretty decent score too, like a 7. I was thinking when I heard Identity of one of those like real story things with like Imposter, where you have the person come pretend to be somebody else's kid. That stuff's always like super creepy. You love Identity, John Cusack? Riggs in 4 also fails his test because just like Eric, he was impatient. Yeah, we'll talk about 4 here shortly. I've got to watch it. Okay. I'll check that one out then. Going to the next movie blind. Okay. Well, you guys are recommending it, so let me write that down probably. That's right. Watch Identity with Cusack. Separate tangent. I've gotten impatient, so I started to do my Village of Shadows run on Resident Evil, and got to the factory. I think is where I stopped playing. Hey, thank you so much, Rusty. Appreciate that. I only have that one clip. If we want to go heavy on the Saw one tonight, we can, or I can bounce back and forth between some of the older ones. I'll play the let's do the Black Sheep one, since I did make that one last time too. Let's play that one.
I got an idea. I'll open the fridge. You hit the lights. Bats are attracted to light. A fly in the fridge, I close the door, end of story.
That's moths, you dumbass, not bats.
Oh, yeah. Moths.
Oh, yeah, moths. Thank you, Rusty. I really appreciate that. All right. Go, Oz. Watch it real good. Or Jeebus commands it. Now you remember what 4's about? Never seen Identity either. Yeah, maybe we'll watch and maybe we'll review that in the future. Fat Cantaloupe Coat. I thought about doing something from Tommy Boy. Either like that, or like when he's in the bank at the end, he's like, oh, it's some other fat guy with a tiny head. He's like, I got a tiny head. There's so many good lines from that. When he's like playing flight attendant and stuff like that. It's so good. I think the movie. Remember, if you're going to watch it, go into it as blind as you can. Okay. So kind of like, I'm blanking on that movie. The other Zach Krager movie. How am I blanking on that? Barbarian. It's kind of like Barbarian. Or just don't watch anything about it. You'd love a review? Okay. I will, the chat speaks it, and they command it. Notice HBO added it recently. That's good timing then. All right, I was getting consensus. Most people were saying A for Saw 2, but it seemed to be, I know Rusty gave it a B. So it seems like it's probably after Saw, but still A. I think everybody said A except for Rusty said B. So maybe like the lower side of A. All right, Saw 3. I will say Saw 3 is a movie that the first time I watched it, I thought it was just okay. I feel like a lot of people view Saw 3 as like one of their favorites. Where did you have this one, Rusty? I think you had it like 4th maybe? Yeah, you had it 4th. Weirdly, over time, when I first watched them, I thought Saw 4 was better than 3. Over time, they have crossed streams entirely. Like, 3 has gone up and 4 has gone down. So now I do like 3 more than 4. it's kind of the original ending, I feel like, because I mean they take out Kramer, they change directors and stuff like that afterwards. Really love it. S. Yeah, I think a lot of people have it as like one of their favorites. C tier. Okay, now we're back to normal tier list activity where we have S, F. I was getting a little bit worried people were agreeing too much. So slow, Jeff. Yeah, that became a thing. What was is it Cece's World? Whatever the guy's name is that like made that a meme. Slow ass Jeff. I don't totally like mind it. I don't think I even noticed it really the first time I watched it. He does like, I don't think he like walks too slowly throughout it. I will say his reactions to some of the people in the traps is a little bit delayed, but in fairness, he's like a grieving father. Yeah, I'll give the kind of the backstory of this one. So we have this doctor get kidnapped at the beginning. She's at like a hotel with some guy. Earlier, you kind of see some, maybe her, well, I don't know if we know it's a hotel at that point. I think maybe we're thinking it's her house. But she's clearly having some kind of fight with this guy she's with. She gets grabbed. Then we also separately have Jeff going through his traps. His kid was killed, and he's like interacting with people that were involved in it. Like the first person I think was just like a witness there who didn't like testify in his favor or anything like that. Kind of feel like she didn't really deserve it. We have the judge, and then we have the actual person who did it, which if we're doing popular trap, the rack is probably the most popular one that the guy is on. Then we find out at the end that Lynn and Jeff are husband and wife, and the guy she was with at the beginning was somebody else she was seeing. And pretty much everyone just dies at the end of this. Like we have Amanda get shot because she was the real one being tested by John. We also have her like open up an envelope that we don't find out what was in that until like many movies later. Then John gets killed by Jeff with the saw to the neck. And Jeff is the only one that's like technically living at the end of that one. Not for very long, but because Amanda and Jeff both die. And I thought like technically Saw 3 ends with his daughter still being in captivity. But I think in one of the later ones, I think in 7 maybe, they show her being like rescued. But yeah, decent movie. As I said, grown to like it over time. There's a lot of time spent. Unfortunately, unlike Saw 2, we get a lot of John's screen time, but he's mostly just laying on a bed and needing like a surgical procedure from Lynn. That's kind of the point of her being captured to help keep him alive as long as possible. Pretty gnarly scene where she cuts open his skull and like removes part of his skull to allow some extra room for his brain or whatever. So, decent movie though. Oh, Dead Meat was the one that said, I thought it was, I don't know. Either way, to your point, it's one of the, it's become a meme at this point with the horror community as far as Slow Jeff. Or is the kill count knows him? Yeah, that'd be Dead Meat then, yeah. Slow Jeff, yeah. Yeah, he only saves the judge, and then that's probably one of the parts where I'm like, it's a little bit like set up, where he's trying to grab the key and the judge is just like standing right in front of the shotgun, and he accidentally triggers it and hits the judge. So I was like, it is very sitcom. It's very soap opera for sure. You have to wait for multiple movies. Yeah. Wait until season 17 where we really tell you what was going on. She gets saved in Saw 5 by Hoffman. Okay, yeah. I knew it was one of the later ones we get like a moment where, that's right, he's like the hero and rescues her. Jeff dies in the 3. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was going to say. Technically, in the movie of Saw 3, he's the only one who lives at the end. But we find out later. All right, you said S and C, and Rusty had it 4th. So I'm assuming he would maybe put in B or C since I think 2 was right above it. S and C. B. That seems like that's where you guys are thinking. Let's put it in B. All right, Saw 4. So, not the greatest one. As I said, with Saw 3 through Jigsaw, I saw all of them, and I saw all of them in theaters. And this is one I feel like I remember vividly because around this time, I was old enough to go see these, but some of the friends I was with were not. And I'd like sneak people in. And I remember one of the theater employees coming up to us when we were in the actual theater. And I was like, oh crap, he's gonna ask for IDs. But he just asked to see our tickets. And I was like, oh, thank God. Because I had legit tickets because I just bought them all. But yeah, I feel like that one, and I think Saw 3, I had to like, back then theaters really cared about if you like got into an R-rated movie. I don't feel like they really care anymore these days. They're just like, oh, come to the movie, sure. But they used to have like somebody just standing at the front of each individual theater for like an R-rated movie to like make sure you were allowed to see it. Saw 4D. Saw 4, I think the reason that and 3 have kind of crossed over time, Saw 4 is kind of dark. It's hard to watch that movie because, I mean, sometimes you get these like morally gray people who are being put in traps. You know, they did something bad. Sometimes they deserve it, sometimes they don't. But like, specifically the scene where, I always butcher his, okay, yeah, it is Rig in Saw 4 because there's like rigs from is that from Lethal Weapon? Either way, we have Officer Rig is the lead in this one, which I think Carrie deserved to be a lead in one of these, but she kind of got killed off. It was in Saw 3, right, where she gets like the angel wings, where Amanda like makes it so she can't win her trap even though she wins it. So I think that's the biggest thing people typically say is it would have been nice if Carrie got her own Saw movie as like the lead detective or whatever, or lead officer. But instead we killed her off. So Daniel Rigg is the person who's getting tested throughout this one. I liked him as a character, but I thought he worked better as like a secondary character. Like in Saw 2 and 3, he's like on the perimeter kind of, but then he's the lead here. This is probably one of the biggest ones where like the main character's like thing they do is not necessarily something that I feel like warrants being tested. His big thing that he does wrong is he rushes in too quickly. He tries to help too much. He doesn't let people decide their own fate. It's like, so you're being a cop? You're like, you're living out your profession? I don't know. So he's tested. Then we have, like, as I said, some pretty gross scenes, like the guy at the hotel who's like committed some pretty heinous acts, and then he has to like stab himself in the eye or his limbs get ripped apart. In typical Saw fashion, he does both, so he gets all of the bad stuff. And the twist in this one, to King Matthew's point, it takes place at the same time as Saw 3, so another time thing. And we find out that Hoffman is in on it. This is the one with the opening kill has like the see no evil, speak no evil with the two people. And I think his name is Art, the lawyer, winds up surviving, who has his mouth sewn shut. And he's playing the Zepp role here. He's like running the trap. And you have Detective Matthews up on these ice blocks, which I feel like they just wanted to end his character for the franchise because they didn't want to do too much more of Donnie. But I liked Matthews, so it was kind of unfortunate. Then you have Hoffman on this like electric chair thing. He wants to be in the bad guy. Everyone else dies. He then goes and shoots Jeff or whatever. Or no, Saw 5, we find out what happens to Jeff, right? With Strom. Strom is the one that shoots him. He closes the door on everybody. And, yeah. So the twist is Hoffman's the bad guy, and the time is the same time as Saw 3. Saw 4 probably B tier. I find it hilarious when they played Saw 4 instead of the B movie. I did remember hearing about that people went to go to see the theater and they played the wrong movie and the kids were like traumatized. The guy being tested. Yeah, it's kind of a lame excuse for testing Officer Rigg. He's too impatient to save people. Yeah. Hoffman, Twist, and... So, I feel like a lot of these, like, proteges or, like, apprentices of Jigsaw, when they get first revealed, I typically don't like them. Amanda, when we found out she was, like, taking over for Kramer, I was like, eh. But I grew to like her. Same with Hoffman. When Hoffman got revealed, I'm like, I don't really like you, dude. But I've grown to appreciate his character over time. I feel like I don't know. He kind of felt like he was probably a bad guy. So I don't know. I don't think the twist of Hoffman being an apprentice was too surprising. The entire goal is to make him stop being a patient. Yeah. It just feels like when you have somebody who's like assaulting other people and you're testing them, and then over here it's like, you know, you help too much. You rush in too much. It feels like there's a lot of people in between the two that we probably could have tested. But let's see. C. So you said D, B, and C. It sounds like we're probably going in C then, which is where it is now. It's supposed to be Eric Matthews' wife in the ice blocks. Donnie one. Yeah, it feels like, I mean, he's a big enough actor, I guess, that he was kind of done with the franchise. His wife, do we even ever actually see his wife? He feels like he's divorced, isn't he? Because he's like kind of has a thing with Carrie. All right, let's move on to Saw 5. Spoilers here. For me, this is my least favorite OG Saw movie. So this one, we have detective, or see the FBI? Strom. Peter Strom. One of the cooler openings, when he gets put in, you actually see the trap here. He gets put in that glass box and he gives himself a tracheotomy, whatever it's called, where he stabs himself in the neck with a pen and somehow gets out of the trap. So it's a cat and mouse, Strom versus Hoffman. And that stuff I don't mind. I will say the ending kind of pissed me off. I really like Strom as a character and I didn't like Hoffman. So the end when you have him push Hoffman in the box and then Hoffman go down and the wall crushes Strom. I remember seeing that. I was like, ew, that's kind of nasty. His like forearm, like bones snap through. I think the main reason I don't like Saw 5 beyond that ending is the trap portion of it. You have some recognizable faces. You have Megan Good, right? She's in some stuff. I feel like I recognize her from My Cousin Skeeter. And then you have Julia Benz from Dexter, plays Rita. So some like recognizable faces, which is kind of fun. But the traps, they don't make any sense. Like by the end, they realize, oh, we were all supposed to work together. That's how it would have made it easier to get through these traps. I realized that by at least trap 2. You have these like this spot in the wall that people have to go hide so they don't get killed by the room. There is way like an insane amount of space in each of those little like manholes. But they decide, oh, each of us is supposed to only be in one, so somebody has to die each time. So I feel like the twist of like, oh, we were supposed to work together. We weren't supposed to kill each other. That one didn't work for me. It felt like it was very obvious that like, whether or not that was the point of the traps, it was very possible that you could have done it. Like they don't realize it until the very end when they have to give blood and they're like, oh, there's too much blood we have to give. So, I don't know. Not my favorite. Has a great opening. Oh yeah, that's the one with the pendulum, right? Where it's like swinging. That's the Hoffman one. Is that the opening? I think that's the opening. With the reason Hoffman is a bad guy. And to your point, he makes it unwinnable. D again. Saw 5 is probably A tier. What? A tier? Uh-oh. I told myself I wasn't gonna impact these results. It's up to you guys. So we have A and D. I'm more on the D train. I love the cat and mouse game. Backstory of John. Yeah, they did give us a little bit more lore. with Cecil. Fun fact: the closing wall trap was suggested by the writers by the writer's child. Huh. That's kind of funny. That's why Rita was okay with Dexter as a serial killer, right? Yeah, she's been through the ringer already. Oh, you're right. You're right. It is the water box. My bad. I literally just talked about that. The water box is the opening. The pendulum is later on. You're right. Because it opens up with him going in. He shoots Jeff. Hoffman locks him in. You think that Strom is screwed, and he does the pen thing. And then we later on get the story of Hoffman's stuff. But yeah, you're right. That is the opening. That's the only good part of Saw 5 to me. That opening water box scene. I feel like they heavily used the like shaking camera here too, where he's like freaking out with the box on his head. You can kind of see it almost even in the cover there. All right, you said D and A. Well, I think technically that rounds out to being like above Saw 4, if I'm being honest. But I don't know if I like that. But I'm gonna do what you guys say. Waterbox is the most painful. It would still be challenging to do, but I think there's much worse traps that I would not want to go through. D. Okay, so we have D, and A. Okay, maybe that's where it's at then. Bottom of C. Feels high for me, but you know what? We are man of the people today for this tier list. Maybe not for some of the other ones. All right, Saw 6. So kind of a thing flying around. A fan favorite. I feel like 3 and 6 a lot of times are referenced as being like ones that people like. This is the one where we get a little bit into the morality of things with more backstory on Kramer's medical stuff. Essentially, he was denied insurance coverage for some procedure that was by the insurance company deemed as not necessary or like not medically approved. It was kind of like one of those things where it's like, let me try this because it's my last shot. And they were like, sorry, too bad. So very much a commentary on the medical industry and how just insurance kind of screws a lot of people over and how, I don't know, there's probably a deep political thing you could go down here, but the unfortunate reality of how healthcare is managed in society here. So you have the, I guess, CEO of the insurance company being tested. This is one with the stereotypical example where you have him. I believe the opening one with him is him and the janitor who's like a cigarette smoker. So that's his big crime. And they have to breathe oxygen. Every time they do, their like rib cage gets crushed more or whatever with their lungs. And obviously he wins that one because he had the advantage. And then another one where he like lets one of his people like drop. Probably most, I guess we didn't do that for the last few. Most recognizable trap for this one is the shotgun carousel. You have the guy go full like Batman, like Christian Bale, when he's like, "You will look at me when you kill me." Like it's pretty wild. It felt very comical. Like, I mean, obviously he's dying, so there's that, but it felt very over the top when I watched it the first time. But over time, it's kind of like, all right, that's pretty awesome. I didn't love the ending of this one. You find out that it's like not his wife, it's his sister, which I don't know how much that really matters. The reporter that's in the room with the mother and son of a guy that died because he didn't get coverage with the insurance. And they have a choice of how they want to handle the CEO. The mother forgives him. And then we get the really cringy, like, "You killed my dad." And he like pulls the thing. And then the CEO gets killed by these like things that inject him from behind with like acid or whatever. So I like the idea of 6 as far as like touching on some topics that probably need to be addressed in society. Granted, as I said, maybe depending on if you want to see that in a movie, it's up to you. But I think a lot of people like this one a whole lot. Saw 6 is B tier for me. I feel like Saw 10 did the medical plotline better. Yeah, it definitely expanded on that a lot. A lot of people thought maybe there was a connection, but I think they were independent situations. Kind of age oddly. Yeah. She said B. Thought the dude played Roger Diary when a kid. I feel like that's how everyone refers to that kid in that movie. He is in Saw 6. Yeah, he's the kid who pulls the thing at the end. The famous shotgun carousel. Saw 6F. You're not a fan of it, sounds like? The irony of having the guy's fate be decided by other people. True. It's like similar what he's deciding. It's like, that's not the line that Kramer does. He goes up to the CEO. It's kind of ironic that he just has like a meeting with this guy, by the way. Because I don't feel like most of us, if we get denied coverage, we're not like going into a meeting with the CEO of this company. Maybe he was just like some higher up executive. I don't know. But he's like, so in other words, you decide who lives or dies. And it's kind of like saying that technically the CEO is kind of acting as if he's John Kramer, where he's giving people a choice. I don't know. He's not really giving them a choice. He's kind of almost playing God and saying, we're not going to help you. Might be your least favorite, huh? So we have B, C, and F. I'm surprised. I thought this one a lot of people did like. B, C, and F. Does that average out to where it's at right now then? Bottom of C? Probably. I mean, maybe D, but it's probably bottom of C, I guess. Kramer's the best one-liners. It's from Saw 2. He's just over the top. It's kind of like finding a needle in a haystack. Yeah. He also has the line. I think I maybe put it in my rankings. I don't know if I did or not. I think it's in Saw 6. Where he's like, piranha. He says it's so weird when he's like looking at this piranha in this aquarium. Bottom of C sounds right. It does sound like that's probably where you guys are thinking. All right, Saw 3D. Or Saw the Final Chapter. Or Saw 7. Whatever you want to call it. Either way. The ending of the original movies, pretty much, before we took a hiatus for a while, was supposed to be 2 separate movies that combined into one. Very over-the-top public display first trap. They also use like the pink blood in this one because it was 3D. There's a lot of like throwing things at the screen. So this one has Sean Patrick Flannery. He is being tested because he claimed he was a Saw victim. So he made this up in order to sell books and be successful. He makes up some backstory about having to like pull hooks through his chest or whatever. And he gets tested. And pretty much people going through his traps throughout are people that he works with. And then at the end, we have his wife, who did not know anything about any of this, which she's like a major victim here. And he has to do the same trap that he said he survived, which felt obvious that was going to happen. And unfortunately for him, he fails. He like gets up there, but then he like rips through his skin. So his wife dies, and I don't know, he's just there to probably die too. And we have Hoffman continue his like rampage here of killing people. But eventually Dr. Gordon, technically similar to Donnie Wahlberg, locks him up at the end. Not really sure what happens to him. I guess I will say at the end of 6, he has his like jaw ripped off because he gets the reverse bear trap put on him by Kramer's wife. He somehow like jams it into this doorway and survives, and has to like stitch his face up. So he's full blown like Joker villain at this point. And yeah, unfortunately, we do have the usage of the reverse bear trap again. First time it ever kills somebody, it kills John's wife. She also has that like dream where like she's getting that thing like charged at her or whatever. Another 3D scene. And then we have the very over-the-top Dr. Gordon, which they kind of showed too much of him in the movie. Like, you opened up with him, So we knew he was alive. You showed him at the like Jigsaw Survivor like therapy group meeting, and he's like clapping like a horror villain. And then he's at the end, he's the other secret apprentice, which it was cool to do some retconning where it's like, oh, he was the guy that did the eye thing in Saw 2. But there wasn't a surprise at that one. It was just kind of like a fan service, but didn't really do it that well. All right. D, only good scene was the glass box trap. The pink blood looks awful. Yeah, it's not great. I mean, this was kind of the 3D eras though, so similar to like we talked about 90s CGI or whatever, or 2000 CGI. This was kind of that time period for 3D. Have to do a major rewatch. D. You guys are saying D here. I think it's like one of those movies that if I don't take it seriously, I can enjoy it a little bit more. Yeah. 3D was the one with Chester Bennington. He was playing like a white supremacist. He has his like back like glued onto the seat. And then he like runs over his friend's face, and then they all wind up like dying. The nightmare sequence, yep. Yeah, he puts her in the reverse bear trap. Did understand Hoffman's anger in 7. Jill's one calls. Yeah, I feel like Jill kind of got a bad rap too, or just bad treatment. I feel like I liked her overall as a character. What's the actress's name? Betsy Russell, I think, or something like that. Saw 3D C. So we have 2 Ds and a C. Oh. So that's probably top of D then? That's, I mean, 2 to 1, but top there. All right, Jigsaw. Major hiatus. This was like 7 years later. The marketing material for this was so bizarre. Like, there's not even a point in the movie where Tobin Bell looks like this. I guess Saw 3D also had crazy marketing. You had like the John Kramer's, like this giant building thing. This is one. They tried twists. I feel like I knew a lot of what was coming. You have the time twist of the people going through the traps years ago, then doing it again now. I don't think I ever thought Kramer was still alive. And then you have another apprentice appearance here where you have Logan, who gets put in this test years ago. Very obviously, you never see him actually die. That's like number one rule of like a horror movie. You never see him die. So it turns out he's the secret apprentice. Kramer saved him before it was too late. Some of the traps are okay. The popular one for most people in this one's probably the spiral thing with the motorcycle. But for me, it's the shotgun at the end, because I like the mind game with that one, with the bullet shooting back at you. Characters in this one weren't overly likable. I thought the syringe test was very obvious. But also, I think we're using like way too good of like visuals for John Kramer back when some of this was supposed to take place. Like, I think the TVs were like flat screens or something. I'm like, I don't know if that probably would have been the case. That poster sucks. It is not a great one. It is not great. A tier for you? Dang. Are we gonna have... Someone's gonna have to average that. Otherwise, we're gonna have to like up here. You love Logan? I don't think I've come around on him quite yet. I mentioned coming around on these apprentices, and he's okay. You also have the really rough CGI at the end with Halloran, I think is his name. And he gets his face like lasered and like it plops open like a squid almost. You also have the girl who's like a Jigsaw fanatic. Who was like a red herring for most of the movie. You love the look of the spiral trap. Yeah, also the lasers. It was a prequel in the first hour. Yeah, they bounce back and forth. Like the traps were the old school people, and then the main story with like Logan and Halloran were present time. The flat screen 2003. Barely remember that one. I think most people do not like Jigsaw. Logan was a badass. I speak for the dead. I feel like that was a bit cringy though. I don't know. I guess you thought it was cool. I feel like in some ways I thought it was kind of cringy. Maybe if he was more of an established character. Also, I feel like he had a lot of access to manipulate evidence. Like when he swaps the bullet out, that you find out he shoots the guy in the opening scene that he frames Halloran for doing. Don't know if we'll ever get more follow-up here, if Logan will return at some point or not. Well, right now, I've only seen A thus far, so in reality, I could argue it being there based off of your guys' feedback. Although we had some S's, so I think technically that's where it goes based off what you guys are saying though so far. Which is wild. I don't hate it, but outside of that shotgun moral dilemma where you're like not supposed to shoot the other person because the key was inside the bullet, I don't feel like the traps are that great. Story is not that great either. All right. Well, I'll keep Jigsaw there unless you guys change your mind here. Spiral. For me, Spiral and Saw 5 are kind of bottom. I think Spiral, we're saying C for Jigsaw or Spiral? Probably Spiral, and the Saw film with Sam Jackson, yeah. Spiral S. You guys are crazy. We're gonna have Jigsaw and Spiral up in the top tier here. I think Spiral's biggest downfall was that it was called a Saw movie. Like when I heard that Chris Rock was a big Saw fan and wanted to make a movie, I was like, all right, I'm down. But they just kind of like, in my opinion, did not do justice to the Jigsaw franchise, or like the Saw franchise and the Jigsaw character. You literally have a line in there where I think his name is Detective Banks, Chris Rock's character, Zeke Banks. He says something like, Jigsaw didn't target cops because they're trying to figure out who did this. I'm like, did you watch the first like 7 Saw movies? He like exclusively targets cops. Like you have like Matthews, Carey, Riggs, Strom, like the entire like cast of tested and killed characters are cops. So that I didn't buy. You have this swap out of this voice, which I don't know why. Maybe they couldn't get Tobin Bell or something because it came out during the pandemic. But you have this pig, which is an okay alteration from the clown. The traps weren't like really winnable in my opinion. The ending was obvious. The partner seemed like clearly a bad guy. He joins like right as this is happening conveniently. I don't know. I was not a big fan. Spiral S, B. So we have S, B, S, C, and B. D. Okay, we got everything. Great film, but didn't have the Saw name. It would have been better. Yeah, I think you make that comparison immediately. Like they tried to do like the 7 route, kind of like the first Saw, where it's like detective suspense thing, but it just didn't really work for me. Cope saying S for Spiral. I mean, that's not where I would put it, but that's okay. From the Book of Saw makes no sense. Yeah, they just wanted to like build off of that. They're like, hey, which I don't know if that actually helped. I feel like it maybe made it worse. I think this may be the only Saw movie that had like a loss of money too. I'm trying to remember. It was like a $40 million budget and only made 20 or something along those lines. You can maybe blame the pandemic, but still. Chris Rock making a Saw film. Like Kevin Hart making a Scream film. I didn't mind Chris Rock branching out from comedy. I don't know if I loved him as a character, but it's kind of fun when people do that. We talked about Sandler in the past. Cops were Jigsaw's favorite meals. Yeah, they're like always the ones being tested. 2 and 4 especially about, yeah, like I don't obviously that's just one line in the movie. I'm not going to judge the whole movie from that, but like, what are you talking about, dude? Did you clearly did not watch the Saw movies? But I can just enjoy things. You can. Once again, you don't have to like judge everything super harshly at times. We can just have fun with the movie. Spiral was refreshing. It was a change up. Probably my most recognizable trap from this one was the opening one with the tongue on the subway. 25% of the budget went towards Chris and Sam's salary. That's probably fair. 2 big name actors. All right, so we are across the board here. We had S, D, B. Do we have everything? We have S, B, C, D. The tongue trap was gross. Yeah, it was pretty gnarly. It was a solid opening. Nobody said A. Is it B then? Probably. You put Spiral wherever. I'm putting where you guys want me to throw it up on here. The weird pig pup and Spiral. Yeah, I will always mock that voice too. Maybe I should make that a clip I play during stream. Hello, Detective Banks. Like, whose voice is that? B for Rusty too? Yeah, I think probably after Saw 3. Whatever. Yeah, somebody's gonna be mad. I think Blair Phonics made that point when he came in stream. When we did main characters, he's like, somebody's gonna be pissed. Somebody said S, someone said F, and we just put in C, so everybody's just angry. Pretty sure the voice is AI. I don't know who the actor is. I would believe that if that was the case. All right, then we have Saw X. Or Socks, if you want to refer to it as. Where do Ashew's best friend go? S. S. I liked digging into John's story. I feel like they finally realized, hey, why do people like the first 3 Saw movies? I mean, maybe less the first one because he's barely an active character, but like, oh yeah, they watched these because of John Kramer, because of Jigsaw. Maybe we should have him back in the movie. Maybe we shouldn't have killed him off 3 movies into a 10-movie franchise. Seems like Spiral would be a high B, low A. I mean, you can put it in front of Saw 3 if you guys want. But we had 1 here, 2 here, here. I feel like the 2 being here is why I put it there. Finally, some Jigsaw victims who actually deserve to be punished. True. They definitely did a good job of making them feel like, I mean, I guess not all of them. Some of them felt like they were sorry, but the main, Cecilia, I mean, she didn't get punished, so that was the... We'll see if they actually continue that story or not, but she was a great extra villain. X, Spiral, and Saw 1. Okay. So you like the bookends of the franchise. Haven't seen Saw X, really? I would say check it out. All right, I'll probably won't include your ranking for this one, King Matthew. If you haven't seen it, then I don't want to have that have assumptions impact it. Seeing the scammers go in the traps was lovely. True. I mean, the girl that Amanda felt bad for did feel a little bit rough. Also, I think only Cecilia, I feel like I would have felt good about going in the traps. The other people did bad stuff, but then I don't know. I mean, obviously they got caught, so now you're sorry, but felt bad for probably the other ones still too. Cecil especially deserved it. Yeah, I mean, that was an accident technically, but he was definitely a bad guy. Which one are we on? We're on the socks here. We said S. Is that all we've gotten so far? A couple S tiers. I don't don't hate that. I do have it pretty high. It's not one I probably would revisit a whole lot because of one of the traps is not my favorite. A. Dream sequence was great. Shows how Jigsaw imagines his traps. Yeah, a lot of people did not like that was fake. The first trap with the fingers and the eyes sucking out. I mean, the poster here is technically not real, so I didn't mind it though. I mean, somebody's still going through it, whether or not it actually happens. You're seeing it on screen. The is it Valentina is her name? That trap I can't really watch. That one hits me a little bit too much. But there's definitely some gnarly traps in this one. I guess the twist at the end is that the like bloodboarding thing John planned on in some ways, just with him and Amanda instead of the kid. So it's not overly twist reliant. You have that, but you also technically have Cecilia and her husband, but that one seemed pretty obvious. It is obviously a prequel of sorts. It's a midquel, whatever you want to call it. So some of the downsides for that is, you know, Amanda and John are safe because we know what happens to them eventually, but they're not the ones being tested, so I think that's okay. But you know he's not going to get like foiled too much at the end. Has a bit of a positive ending when they're like walking out into the sun. And Cecilia takes out her husband, and she's appears to be still alive. Then you have the post credits with Hoffman, which was cool to see. All right. It's a top movie besides the original. Yeah, I don't think many people like hate Saw X. Saw X is too good off a title not to pass up. True. Don't get me started on Scream 5. Being called Scream. 5 Cream. Excess and gnarly traps. Yeah, I mean, part of that's probably higher budget special effects, but it's pretty tough to sit through some of those. I don't mind the brain one as much, but that one's pretty gross too. Scream 5, the screaming. That's that sounds like a scary movie thing they would actually do. John risking his own life to save the child was nice. Yeah. I think the people that didn't like Saw X did not like how human John came across as. Like, I think people were not fans of how sympathetic they made him. Like, you're rooting for John in Saw 10. Some of the other ones, debatable. But he's clearly like the good guy in Saw 10. Like, you feel really bad for him when he gets screwed over by the insurance scam when he goes to Mexico. People like the villains having emotions. I think it was making him... They kind of were doing what a lot of recent movies have done, where it's like, you're a bit of an anti-hero in some ways. Or making you have an origin story that's like justifiable. I don't know. I think any of the Saw films has been a kid that suffered in a trap. Yeah, I mean, 2 and 3 had kids that were like in captivity. I don't think anyone's ever like tested a kid. I assume John would like view them as being too like pure and like innocent at that point, that they were not fully making bad life choices yet. They did pick equally bad victims for him to be up against. Yeah, that was... I mean, you have Cecilia, who's like... John's like this evil, but she's like pure evil. He's not a psychopath, though. True. He's just been kind of traumatized and wants to share his pain with people. All right, so this seems like a decent list. I mean... X1 and 2, I would have near the top. Jigsaw, no, but here it is. 3, I think it makes sense there. Spiral, it's a little high. And dang, you guys hate 4, 5, and 6. So like the what's his name? The director. I'm gonna blank on that dude's name. Yeah, Darren Lebausman. I always like butcher his pronunciation of his last name though, but when he jumps in, he does like the middle movies, I feel like. And then we have 3D at the bottom. Wouldn't be my bottom, but it'd be low. I think we all can agree seven belongs where it's at the bottom tier. If I put 7 in D tier, I would have 5 and Spiral in F tier. 7 is my third least favorite. When I rewatch, I may change your mind. Yeah, I mean that's the beauty of movies. I know a lot of people when they like lock in a review score, it's like that's my score, and then if somebody gives them like crap for it later, they feel like they're locked into it. But I think you should be allowed to continually change your mind on stuff. So, like as I mentioned, I liked 4 a lot more when I first watched it, but now I think it makes sense kind of in that C category for me too. The Hoffman quadrilogy. Yeah, the middle tiers. He doesn't lack empathy. Yeah, I don't think people thought that it didn't make sense for his character. I think they just thought that they made him too easy to root for. I don't know. Yeah, definitely can change your mind. I thought about when I talk about the 13 movies on probably this weekend, like revisiting my 13 from last year and seeing if I've changed at all. I think I've changed a little bit on scoring for a couple of them, but gonna watch Shaw X before I give you a ranking. Probably a good move. I think you're probably gonna like it though. I can do what I want. You can. All right, let's switch over to Saw characters now. All right, I need to add another tier here again. Add a row below. Did that add it? It did, but it made it a different color. I'll make you this color and you this color. All right. So we'll see if we can recognize every character. We may struggle, but if I do, I'll get your guys' help here. Here, I will give my input. I mean, I was already, but I'm going to sway the score a little bit. I'll mostly go with what you guys say, but I will factor in my opinion a little bit more since we haven't done this before. I'm just waiting for us to talk about the traps. Oh, my bad. I figured that'd be kind of like the main event, though. That's the thing people love about Saw, so. This one's going to be hard. The only Saw characters in OO. Eric, Amanda, Adam, Gordon, and John. Is Billy on here? I don't think he is. I guess technically you can debate whether or not he's a character. But the bottom of it's pretty much right here. I mean, Billy would be S tier, right? Like, you can't deny Billy the Puppet if we had him on here. Sociopath, emotions present but chaotic. Psychopath, emotions largely absent. I'm just thinking of psychology versus sociology. Psychology is the study of like how humans like think in their brains and stuff like that. And sociology is like more communal or like group oriented, like society, which is probably how the term comes about. Billy is a character. I mean, I'm sure that's just like probably we can lump that in, I guess, with Kramer here. All right. So we have Dr. Gordon here, present in Saw 1 and 7. So victim turned apprentice. What do we think about Dr. Gordon? One of those characters looks like She-Hulk. I mean, Amanda kind of looks like green tinted. Unless you mean like the actress who plays She-Hulk. This girl maybe? This is the detective who gets like the stuff blown in her face. All right. What do you guys think about Dr. Gordon? Oh, the green one with Amanda. Yeah, she's turning Hulk here. Have I seen the footage of the Saw roller coaster? I thought I remember like back years ago hearing about it, but I've not really looked into it lately. S tier. You guys love Dr. Gordon. He is probably okay for me. No real opinions here. So we got 2 S tiers. I will be fine with that. I would probably put him in like A to B, but I mean, the first movie I feel like is going to be probably pretty well thought of. S. All right, Dr. Gordon stays in S. You guys are big Gordon fans. I mean, as I said, he was the one that was talked about. Like, he's coming back this year, every year when Saw was coming out. Quick question. For the main character ranks for last stream, where did Samus rank? I thought we had Samus in A. I still have it, probably. I think it saves, but it was either A or B, but I think it was A. I think we maybe had it in B, and I think I maybe moved it up to A. Yeah, I think Cope thought you were gonna be sad that Kirby. We kept Kirby in B the whole time. That's where we left it with you. But there were some people higher up in B. I think Kirby was like middle of B. I agree with A. She's an awesome character. True. Oh, Kirby. All right, let's do Adam. Also from the bathroom in Saw 1. I guess we'll not treat this as like the actor, the director, whatever we want to call this, the writer. This is purely Adam in Saw. I remember every time we saw a bathroom, we're like, is that Adam? And then we see like Amanda choking him out. Probably B tier for Adam. Yeah, I feel like I'm always mixed on the opening with Adam with the key going down the drain. I'm like, feels like a bit of a cheap trap to have. The super tough pink buff. A for Adam. So we have A and B thus far. Or A, B? No, just A and B so far. I remember the Adam coming back theory and Saw X trailer. I mean, people love to have characters like come back. It's what we do with Scream all the time. Stu, which I guess we're kind of getting now, maybe. Cope with the alliteration here. So we're doing word association. S for Spiral, A for Adam. I remember, or I believe Amanda and Adam briefly dated. Do you mean like the actual actors? Because that is not in the Saw lore, I don't believe. But you guys said A and S, so probably A then? Well, you said B, King Matthew, actually. B and A were the two. All right. Yeah, B and A. G for Gordon, right? I think I've only seen you guys say A and B thus far. If I was like the tiebreaker of that, I would probably put him in B. I mean, he takes pictures of Gordon. Once again, the acting not the best from Lee Winnell here. Chi. They dated for the events of Saw 1. That feels like some like fan fiction. I don't want to say for certain, but that feels like something that somebody wanted to be true and then just posted. Because Amanda kind of had a thing with Cecil, right? Because she was involved in the whole stuff where they were trying to get drugs. All right, so we'll go B for Adam. All right, Detective Tapp, who is actually the character in Dead by Daylight that they chose for the survivor side. Doesn't really look like him at all, but they probably didn't have his likeness. Pretty short-lived time. Makes sense. You go with a famous actor, have it not last super long, but to be taken out by Zepp, kind of rough. Like, how bad are you if Zepp took you out? It was cool having him, like, obsess over the case after his partner died, though. And he's got, like, all the stuff on his wall where he's trying to figure it out, and he's just, like, staking out Gordon's house. Cheever came over. See everything taken up by Zepp. Yeah. Tap is probably A tier. So A and C. So is that averaging B again? That's probably after Adam B at this point. He's the main character of the Saw video game. Those aren't on Steam, right? Those are just on console. I would consider playing them, but I think they're not very good. I never really played them, but I've watched videos of people talk about them. All right. Once again, I didn't choose this list of characters, so if there's somebody left off, like we talked about Billy the Puppet, I will deflect blame. But it was called like most relevant Saw characters, so we should probably be pretty covered. Dr. Gordon's wife. Kind of weird inclusion. I guess, yeah, she's in the first Saw. She does kind of like get away from Zepp, so that's cool, I guess. Other than that, she's not really a main character. Like, she would be probably a C or D for me just because it's not important to the story. D tier. Yeah, I don't think that's a bad choice. Not really like a knock on the character, the actor, or anything. Just more so like you're not really part of the story. Just kind of there, yeah. I'll probably keep you there. You guys can let me know though. We have, I remember his name. Is it Detective Park or something like that? It's Tap's partner who gets shotgunned to the head. I liked him overall. He was even shorter lived as a character. This is also the guy from he's in Lost, I believe. So kind of cool. Ironically, him and Zepp are also from Lost. So Detective Singh. That's right. Detective Singh. I don't think his name is said super often in the movie, but I liked him. He just isn't in it a whole lot. He doesn't last super long because he causes Glover to go crazy a bit. Kind of a cool scene where they have Jigsaw dead to rights and he gets out of it. What do you guys think about this detective? Probably C tier for you. Yeah, I could see that. I maybe would put him in B, but I could accept a C. Yeah, he was definitely. They were not prepared to infiltrate Jigsaw's lair when they came in there. All right, we have Zepp. So the assumed, I guess, killer in the first movie, but not. He was just worked at the same hospital as Gordon and was part of the trap as well. Pretty much just kidnapped his family. I will say his name is in probably one of the best closing horror movie songs of all time with Hello Zepp. Zepp, though, as a character, he's not like, he's probably C for me, though. C, yeah. I mean, the closing scene with him in it, I guess, is cool. He gets his head just like beat to shit by Adam, I believe, with the toilet seat. But I don't know. You don't remember most of these? Yeah, well, maybe not spend a whole lot of time on the people if people aren't interested in that. But he Z tier. We'll keep him in C, I think. All right, we have Carrie. Officer Carrie. I feel like I bounce back and forth between saying detective or officer, but I think it's Officer Carrie. Traps are more memorable, true. Although the traps, I may need to even look up some of those to see if I fully remember them. I really liked Carrie. She got done dirty. Honestly, I would probably have her like pretty high. I think she had a lot of untapped potential. Not to reference tap here, but she went out too quickly. Similar to probably Kramer, Amanda, whoever else. D tier? Dang. Really? I thought she was cool. I gotta balance you out then. If you're saying D, and I had you up here. Bottom of B? Yeah, her Matthews did seem to have some kind of like thing going on. All right, Amanda Young. It's probably hard to argue against S tier for her. My screen's not fully showing it. There we go. I mentioned not really liking her originally, but she definitely grew on me. A for Amanda? Are you guys saying A? Also, I think technically the killer in Dead by Daylight as the pig outfit. Couple A's. Yeah, we'll probably keep you an A. I got cookies. That sounds delicious. Amanda's probably S tier. Her haircut in Saw X. That is fair. The haircut was very frowned upon. Definitely not a look a lot of people liked. They had to de-age her somehow, I get. So it was hard to do something. But I can respect the reduction in score from that. All right, Kramer. I mean, I don't think this can be argued. Maybe somebody's gonna say no, he sucks, but this is like tier listing a Dexter tier list and not putting Michael C. Hall at the top. The one time I started hitting Amanda was Saw 3. Yeah, I think to your point, maybe her like not giving people a chance was kind of crappy. Like she's the one that killed Carrie. She killed Adam. I think John is D tier. He's overrated. And what do you think I say? Put them in. Okay, I had to get to the punchline there. I was like, okay, well. All right, yeah, we don't need to spend a lot of time. I mean, the reason people have some of the movies at the top is because of him. Mischaracterized in Saw 3. I think that's probably fair. Yeah. I mean, she's kind of like overly emotional, just making bad choices. It feels like her character never really like latches on to John's teachings. Like she really wants to be like him, but she kind of slips up a whole lot. They do that in Saw 10 too. He made the franchise, yeah. I'm worried about the reboot, what they're going to do. Like Tobin Bell has to be involved. If not, why even, similar to Spiral, why even do a Saw movie? Animal crackers. I debated we'll probably do another food tier list sometime soon. Maybe not today. All right, Detective Matthews. For me, he's probably a solid A. But what do you guys think? Mostly just in Saw 2. Briefly in Saw 4. Matthews is S tier. Underused in Saw 3. Even though they set up a continuation of a story. Yeah, I really liked him in Saw 2. He was probably one of my favorite characters, so I see what you're saying. I would probably limit him to to A, but that's still, he's still awesome. It's sad. Yeah, it will be sad whenever. I mean, Tobin's like mid 80s right now, right? Low to mid 80s. Houston saw 3. Yeah, I think he had like an opening scene. Every time Eric Matthews. Yeah. You have to throw in Detective Eric Matthews, maybe. Otherwise, you get Will Friedle from Boy Meets World. I remember saying to myself how much Tony Todd was a good actor. Yeah, that was sad to lose him. I've only seen parts of it, but cool that in Bloodlines he got kind of his recognition. Okay, we talked about him earlier. All right, what'd you guys say for Matthews? I think I only saw S tier for from King Matthew. I said A, so we can put him at top of A. Seems okay. Okay, we have Matthews' kid. Going through the traps of 2, then he's just in the safe at the end. To me, he's fine. He's probably like there. Would be interesting if they brought him back at some point. I don't know if that's something they would consider doing, but technically one of the few Saw characters who's still alive. Daniel Matthews is B tier. Yeah, he's decent. Yeah, using a name impact there. Top of C seems all right. I mean, I don't think he's up here with these people. He has an interesting story or whatever, but it's also kind of convenient that both him and Amanda don't really get impacted by the toxic air as much as some of the other characters. I don't know, I think it would have made sense for them to have some like one of the serums already, but I don't think they've ever talked about that. Like, since they were kind of meant to be surviving, I feel like having them have the like antidote already would have made sense. I don't know if they did though. You think Amanda did? I mean, that would make sense why they didn't like react so strongly or as much. Which I guess technically he is testing a kid here because he's putting him in a room with these criminals, so. They consider bringing Daniel in Saw 7. I'm fine with doing that stuff as long as it like makes sense within the story. All right, I think we'll keep you at the top of C. Who art thou? I'm trying to determine who this is. Is this Cecil? I thought these were like in release order, but technically he shouldn't have been up here if that is him. No idea. I'm trying to see if that looks like him. I mean, I don't see him anywhere else in the list, which it would make sense to include him. Let me look this up. Oh, it doesn't really look like him, actually. Why is he on? That feels like that's a miss if it's not including him. Hobby from Saw 2. Maybe. Let me see. He looks a little different though, I feel like. He has like a full beard here. This is definitely not all Saw. Yeah, there's definitely missing a few. I think it went for like the prominent ones. There was another list that had like 70 something of them, but there was like Gordon's kids. I'm like, okay, what? How? Like what? So I went for like a bit of a shorter list. Who are you? This has to be Saw 2, right? Because we've just done Matthews. And now we're doing other Saw 2 characters. Saw 2 cast. feel like his face is very recognizable. I just can't pinpoint what it's from. That's not the kid from the beginning that gets the Venus flytrap, is it? What's up, Chris? We are tier listing some Saw characters. Who are you? Maybe we'll make another tier that's like, I don't know who you are. 7-Up Shirley Temple. Sounds good. I mean, I'm wondering if this picture is from them in the movie. I feel like this is just like the actor for some reason. Because I'm like, I don't know. You're in front of a computer screen here. What you got, Chris, for Scream 7? As long as it's not like a leak or something, I would say. I don't know. Part of me, honestly, maybe this is unfair, but if I can't recognize you, maybe you're just F tier. Maybe we do that. If I don't know, if you guys don't know, F tier. The cop that gets his leg broken. Like in the clip that I played earlier for Rusty. When he goes up the stairs. If so, that's a very deep cut. You're going to F tier, I think. Scream 7 news. Alright, so girl in Saw 2 trap who foolishly puts her hands up. That's probably like one of the Saw traps that you can easily not fail. Granted, she was like under the influence of toxins, but put your hand up through the little cuff of blades to get the antidote. Instead of grabbing it, putting her hand through, pulling it back, makes the choice to put the other hand also through the other side, so then she's just bleeding out from her wrists. For me, she's probably like D tier. That's probably the biggest weakness for Saw 2. Most of the characters in the traps, I think, are kind of below average characters. I mean, I could be talked into C, potentially. It's coming. Does the table. Yeah, we have varying opinions of how interested we are in Scream 7 at this point. Yeah, I think Chrysalis, I think I remember watching some 3C stuff on Scream 7. It seemed promising. She was desperate, yeah. And then the guy just comes to like see the number on her neck and leaves her, which is super harsh. Teaser might drop this week or next. Okay. Maybe we'll cover it on the channel. We'll see. Takes and throws it out the window. All right, this chick is worse, in my opinion. This one's actually a semi-main character in the group. This girl doesn't even die from a trap. She just has like a seizure on the staircase, which would suck, but I don't know. She feels slightly worse, which is part of me thinking like, I have to be even putting you in F, but maybe. I'll watch it, then judge it harshly. That is fair. Then make everybody mad. That's the hard part when I like review or watch stuff on the channel, because I won't just watch stuff that I like. I feel like a lot of times if I give stuff a bad score, I'm like, most people probably clicked on this because they want me to say good things, and I am not. An example would be season 3 of Yellow Jackets. Did not overly like. F tier for her. Yeah, she died from the poison. The eye hole trap. I don't think that guy's even on the picture here. He's the one in the suit at the very beginning. The one that the bullet shoots him through the door. Do not see him on the list here. All right, we have Xavier. I think he's okay. He's a little over the top as a villain. To me, he's either B or C. He's the most interesting character outside of Amanda, I would say, in the trap. Season 3 is not what I was expecting. Yeah, I was kind of let down by it. And then we go back to the point. I don't know how you guys feel about like unlikable characters in shows, because Shauna, both adult, not to go down a rabbit hole here, but Shauna as an adult and teenager in Yellow Jackets, I can't stand her. She is very unlikable to me. And I feel like people make the comments like, well, that's the point. You're not supposed to. I'm like, yes, I agree. But then why am I watching the show? Because if I don't like you and you're the like main character, kind of the same thing that happened with you. I didn't really love Jill Goldberg as a character. So I'm like, why am I watching this if I don't like you? Like, you can do bad stuff and I can still like you, like Dexter, maybe even a little bit Breaking Bad. But if I just don't like you at all, then it's like, kind of sucks. Is season 2 my favorite? No, I think season 1's my favorite. I would probably rank them in release order, like 1, 2, 3. I feel like the story made sense for one season of a show, and then they've kind of tried to extend it a little bit too much. And then they kill people, but then they have to have characters still, so they're like, oh, this girl that was in the background of the first show that you didn't realize, she's important now. So it feels like they kind of stretched that plot line too much. She only died to show the audience what would happen. True, it was kind of a demonstration. What do you guys think about Xavier? I think B's probably okay. Some people think he's a little bit too over the top, but Misty's the best. I do like Misty. I like Misty. I like blanking on what the husband's name is. There's no book club guy. Like in Game of Thrones. I may wind up feeling that way about it. We'll see. Purpose of watching characters you hate is to prey on their downfall. Yeah, but then, like, Shauna hasn't gotten her downfall yet, so, I mean, it's probably going to happen. I imagine all the Yellow Jackets will probably lose or, like, die in the end, but if her downfall takes multiple seasons, then I don't want to sit through it, I don't think, a lot of times. Post a new Scream 7 video called Scream 7 Teaser Trail this week. Okay. Yeah, we'll see. I'll keep an eye out for Scream 7. Let's watch the demise. Shauna probably won't get a downfall. I feel like Shauna probably dies in like the last episode or something. But we'll see. I don't know. Do you guys think they'll do some supernatural thing with that? Like going back to the island? Like a Lost type of thing? Because they have like the whole airplane thing that kind of, I feel like has another Lost tie-in. We'll be doing a Thanksgiving tier list after Halloween. Potentially. I talked about doing Thanksgiving food tier lists. I don't know if there's a lot of movies. The only one I can really think of is like Thanksgiving and Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. Why would they go back? I don't know. All right, we have this dude gets the Steve Harrington bat to the back of the head by Xavier. What's this guy's name again? Maybe that tells you all you need to know. He's an okay character. He's a little bit over the top too. Like, I feel like when he's talking to Xavier, he's like, yo, we can do this like we're going back in the yard. Like talking about when they were in prison. I'm like, you're kind of playing it a little bit too much. I think I like him better than either of these two, but he's probably still, I don't know. We may have a pretty full bottom category for characters from Saw. Thanksgiving, true. That's like the turkey one, right? We hear to the wilderness that hears us. Yeah, that was another one with like I've talked about this before. I feel like Pit Girl, they didn't expect to become like a big thing. And they're like, all right, we'll give you some final reveal there, which was a little bit underwhelming. B tier, you're thinking for this dude? All right, maybe we'll balance out and put you in C. Yeah, he had it a little bit rough. Not a lot of people actually died from the traps in that one. I guess just 2 people. The gun at the very beginning and then the hand blades. All right, we're moving on to Saw 3. We have Lynn. She's decent. She's probably like another B for me. Maybe like there. B, yeah. Probably there. I mean, I could be talked into moving her higher in B, but I think somewhere in this row. C tier. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it was part of the story of Jeff not knowing and like acting, resulting in her death. Maybe bottom of B we'll go with then. When I was on IMDb today, I saw that Welcome Dairy only has 2 seasons on the right for now. Yeah, I know they're planning for 3, but I would wait to see what happens after the first season. I'm surprised they're like putting the cart before the horse with that. We're actually getting a season 4 of Yellow Jackets. We're supposed to. I mean, they announced we were like they renewed it for season 4, but then we've gotten new Paramount leadership, like what happened with Dexter Original Sin. So I don't think I've heard anything, but maybe not hearing means like it's still a go, but it got approved previously. So I'm assuming it's still happening. All right, we got Jeff, or Slow Jeff, according to some people. I don't hate Jeff's character ultimately. I mean, in comparison, maybe for me, he'd be like top of C. Well, hard part is I wouldn't have had some of these people in C. Like I probably would have had you a little bit higher. Maybe like there is where I'd put Jeff. Is it gonna be the final season? Is that? I don't know if that's confirmed either. I mean, they're running out of characters. I'll say that. One more of the brutal winter stuff. I'm curious how they're gonna factor in Natalie getting to the phone at the end. All right. I don't think anyone's saying anything about Jeff. Maybe keep you there. I think a lot of people would have him pretty low, but I don't mind him as a character. All right, Strom. I really liked him when he was first there, but then he has kind of a short-lived run. Like he's an A tier character for me until the box ending with Hoffman. I don't know if that makes his character worse, but it kind of makes him feel like he's dumber. Like he was so smart along the way, and then he just falls for the box trap, which I don't know if he necessarily should have put himself in the box, but I feel like he was still like messing around with Hoffman in that room was a bad choice. But he's probably still A for me. We know basically who came back. Yeah. I mean, I think so, but then we have people that like... That's the hard part too. We have people... Like this last season, we got introduced to... What's Hilary Swank's character's name? Melissa? Who we hadn't seen until now, and they gave a reason for it, but... Like, she's suddenly alive. Jeff is F tier. Okay, well... I can bring it down to top of D. That's the best I can do for you. Strom is A. Yeah, I like Strom. Yeah, Hat Girl. Probably there. I mean, these three can be probably interchanged a little bit. Yeah, most of the adults are dead. They killed off the boyfriend probably too quickly in the first season. Okay, we have Kramer's wife. She's not great for me. I mean, it's probably C or D. I wanted to like her a little bit more, but then they just have her get taken out by Hoffman. Maybe like there. I don't know. Jeff is S tier. I can't tell if you're being serious. If so, I can move him back up to C because honestly, if you did say Ez, that would probably be like top of C. B for Kramer's wife. Okay, I don't hate that. Maybe B minus then. B for Big Split. I'm not serious. Okay. Well, we can move you back down to D. I like Gen C, but maybe C minus. There we go. Okay, blanking on what her name is, but she gets the blast to the face with all of those shards, and you think she's dead, but then she comes back and it's like, psych, Hoffman, I'm not dead. But then he kills her anyway. In that like crazy scene where they're hacking the audio footage and realizing it's Hoffman's voice. I liked her potential. Once again, kind of, not to say tap again, but kind of untapped potential. Didn't really amount to much. Maybe be like C plus for me. She was like a worse version of Carrie, but still fun. I don't know. We have Detective Hoffman here, Mark Hoffman. I feel like people really like this character. I think I've seen him referred to as like Daddy Hoffman. Like people really love him. I mentioned I was not a fan. I've grown to like him. He's probably like B plus. Speaking of Carrie, Mike Flanagan finished filming. I did see that. Yeah, that he was working on that show. That seems okay. Yeah, I've never been like a big Carrie fan, but to your point, maybe they'll make it interesting. All right, we have Officer Rigg. Once again, liked him more as a side character, but you put him in the driver's seat, and he was a little bit lackluster as the main character. To me, he's like a middle of the C category. Yeah, I haven't seen Carrie in a long time, but I was pretty neutral on it. That would make sense, Chris. It would come out next year. Maybe there. I mean, you could be argued being there. What is this guy's name? I forgot his name. Saw 6 cast. They're making a Carrie show. I have many opinions about characters. That's okay. What's this dude's name? I will tell you right now. I know who he is as a character. He's probably goes below this guy who I don't know who he is. I hate this guy. This guy is so annoying. So after Strom exits stage left, this guy comes in as like the main cop. He's part of the squad with this girl who get killed in that like Hoffman murder spree in 6, I think it is. Right? He is so annoying, so unlikable, so dumb. What is your name? Is this you? That this guy? Yeah. Does he have Dan Erickson? Is that his name in the thing? Mark Rolston? Yes, I'm pretty sure it's this guy. But I can't stand this character in the Saw franchise. He's probably one of my least favorites. Maybe my least favorite. Okay, we have Insurance Guy in Saw 6 who's getting tested. I actually didn't hate him as a character. I kind of was hoping he would live. While I fully agree with the point about the health insurance industry, I feel like he kind of had a bit of redemption. To me, it'd be like a B-. You hate him so much I don't know his name. I think that was it. Where did I find it? I think it was Dan Erickson. But he's so annoying. But I don't hate Saw 6 guy. Maybe there. So we're down to 5. Or wait, did we go backwards? We went backwards. We're back at 5. Haven't heard anything about Clayface. I think I've heard a few things about it, but I haven't. I don't know about much of the latest. She kind of sucks too. Honestly, most of the people in the Saw 5 traps, I'm probably gonna put down here. So we have Rita Morgan from Dexter here. You and honestly, like these are the 3 people that are in the trap in 5. Her and him make it till the end. She does not. Maybe that's the order, but I don't like any of these people. Oh yeah, Clayface is a DC property. It's like a Batman villain. Okay, we have Sean Patrick Flannery as the guy who pretends he's been through a saw trap. Don't hate him either. Maybe like there. He's just a writer for Clayface, not a director. I mean, it's still an impact on the movie or on the show. All right, we'll fly through the rest of these because I think a lot of them people don't have too much input on. We have Detective from Saw 7. Also not very good. You're probably like there. We have Girl from Jigsaw, who is a fanatic. She was okay. Top of D though, maybe. We have Halloran, the guy who gets framed for what Logan does. He was kind of a dirty cop, but he was okay. He was kind of a fun character to have. Maybe there. Honestly, I kind of want to put you at the end here. What do I think of Welcome to Derry Season 1, Episode 1? I did a review on it. It's not super long, but I liked... Sounds like a cop-out answer. I liked some parts. I didn't like some parts. We talked a lot about it at the beginning of the stream, but I am optimistic towards the rest of the show, at least. Okay, we have Logan here. Kind of an underwhelming apprentice, if I'm being honest. To me, Logan's like there. And we have Detective Zeke Banks. He's probably there for me. He's not F necessarily, but not a fan of him. And his partner, who probably is an F though. Honestly, you're probably like down there. You guys let me know if you have any altering opinions, but I'm kind of a little bit biased towards the Spiral characters. All right, Cecilia. Zeke is C tier. Okay, well, You've been promoted to top of D. Cecilia. So I like Cecilia as a villain, I will say. So I'm not saying she's like a character I really like, but she works as a bad guy. Oh, but I love Spiral. That's fair. I mean, if you want to say he should be higher too, I don't mind throwing it up. Cecilia, I mean, she may be like... Is it weird to put her in A? We've only had one movie of her. Yeah, she fits the role as like villain in that franchise. Okay, then we have the other accomplices here. This girl was okay. The one that did drugs, the very Amanda sympathetic character. We have the guy who has to do surgery on his brain. And then Valentina, who has the leg, and then the beheading take place. Maybe like there. I feel like the rest of the cast outside of Cecilia is probably in the C category for me. Matthew Lillard's one of the main characters in the Carrie show. Interesting. Did I know that they're going to make the Book of Spiral 2, but it was canceled? I mean, it lost money, so that's not surprising. Maybe at some point they'll like tie in that part of the lore again. All right, so I think this is probably mostly okay. We have Gordon, Kramer up here, Matthews, Amanda, Strom, Cecilia, then Hoffman, Adam, Tapp, Carrie, Xavier, Lynn, what's her name? Kramer's wife, guy who does insurance, Rig, other officer, Daniel Matthews, Detective Singh, Zepp, guy who pretends he's in a saw trap, Jeff, the Saw X cast, Halloran, and other guy from Saw 2, and then on down. So this is roughly where I would put characters. I mean, I'd probably make some small changes, but given some feedback, I think this is directionally where I would say. Having a comeback after only playing Shaggy for a decade. I don't think Spiral 2 would. Honestly, I feel like Chris Rock would be like, we lost money, we're not going to do that again. I think you're more likely to get Logan probably back in something than you are this guy. Matthew 13 Ghosts, one of my favorite. He plays. Yeah, I'll need to watch 13 Ghosts at some point. Probably just the remake. Focus on his family. That would make sense. I mean, a lot of actors feel that way. I've heard Tom Holland mention that, where he's like, at some point, I'm just going to bounce and be done. So. She's all that nice. All right. We'll take a quick couple-minute break before our main event of the traps. And then we'll see after that. See what time it is. So let me step away for a quick few minutes, and then we'll jump into some saw traps. All right. Thanks, guys. Let me pause the music and step away. Appreciate the patience. Let's jump into some saw traps, and I hope I'm going to remember all these. If not, we will may need you guys to chime in. All right. Let's not jump into saw traps. The list on here, I don't know if we should change these tiers and just do like the standard S through F again. But this one has some pre-existing slots. Which I don't hate these. I mean, it's kind of just 1 through 5. Maybe we'll do these. I had considered how I wanted to do these. Like, there's tier lists of how well would you survive or how well would you do in the trap or whatever. I'm thinking for this purposes of this, we'll say how much do we like the trap. So like things like how creative is it? You know, essentially our thoughts on it, not necessarily survivability or any of that stuff. Idea, call S tier the golden chainsaw, the F the old machete. That's kind of what this is doing. I think we need Spider-Man 4 movie. Yeah, I know Holland was taking a break because he got injured during some of that filming. All right, we'll keep this list, I think. This looks really complicated. I did like it actually names it here. I mean, you can't fully see the trap. That's the downside. But I don't have to decipher what the picture is. It straight up tells me. But yeah, have a great evening, Rusty. Thanks for hanging out. Let's start off with the bathroom trap. So just straight up Gordon and Adam in the bathroom. Mid, C. As I think we'll keep these 5 tiers. So we'll say this is C technically. I guess we'll treat this as A, B, C, D, F at this point. Bathroom is D tier. It's boring. It depends how much maybe like nostalgia you have because it technically started everything off. But it's weird how there's a combination of traps. Like one is like, hey, you have 2 minutes, rip your face off, go. And then you have ones like this where it's like, you have hours to figure out your strategy and how you're going to get out of it. And it's more of a lengthy trap. I don't think the Amazing Spider-Man's gonna happen anytime soon. Like, I feel like people hated the second one. You guys said C and D for these. Yeah, it is a unique concept as far as them being. I liked a bit of the. In some ways, a lot of games do this. Like we just played Resident Evil 8 on the channel. Kind of reminds me of the second house with the doll. Like it's more of a mind game where they're like trying to figure out, oh, where's the little heart on the thing and so forth. I think we'll keep you in C. If you guys said C and D, C feels more accurate to me. All right, the razor wire. So we just get kind of a brief flashback of this. We have the guy just trying to get out through the razor wire, which would suck. Did I finally get the platinum on REA yet? No, I did not. So on the main game, I only have left pretty much doing the hardest difficulty, which I am partially through the game. I'm like most of the way through it, but I think the hardest parts are to come. Like I've heard the Heisenberg fight and the Chris part and maybe Miranda are not the easiest, so I still have those left. And then I have the DLC, which I know Rusty mentioned wanting to check out, so I'll probably stream the DLC. But I may play the main game stuff offline. We'll see. Razor wire is B tier? Really? So you like it more than the bathroom? There's not much creativity with this one, though. It's kind of just like, right? He just has to get out and just like travel through it. I can be swayed into moving it higher, but I don't think... I feel like it's tough to put it up here. All right, the flammable jelly. I think this one's more creative than the razor wire. While it's like impossible to actually survive, I will say, you have the combinations on the walls, and he has to just walk around with this candle and then eventually burns himself. Like I like the idea of this one. It would have been nice if maybe it was a little bit easier to solve, but it's fun. A. Oh, you guys really like it. Should I maybe I'll just make these tiers. I feel like the hard part is when we do these and people say A, I'm like, which one? We'll say, we'll maybe keep you as game over as S, but after that we'll do A through F. And below. This keeps happening whenever I change that. Let's make that back to that color. Maybe this one we'll call game over. I don't know, something like that. So you guys said A. Yeah, I think that works. All I did was smoke. The guy that smoked was in the trap in 6, who was the janitor. I don't remember what this guy did. Reverse bear trap. It's probably S tier, right? They've used it 3 separate times. It's kind of a Halloween costume. I've seen people wear that before at like conventions. S, yeah. It's very basic as far as like, I mean, it's kind of just like a head contraption, but technically the first trap was also like killing her cellmate, who definitely got done dirty. Drill chair from Saw. So this is the guy that when Tap and Sing show up, he's like covered with that sheet. It's pretty whatever to me. It's probably C or D. She also had a struggle because she was tied up. I don't think this is that great of a trap. I mean, it's interesting because you have like the first time you're really seeing Jigsaw. Yeah. All right, shotgun hallway. So we're considering a lot of things traps in this list, which is fine. This is pretty much just the second detective getting shot in the head when he trips the wire. I mean, it's pretty brutal, but it's very basic. Like that's probably game over for me. Not very creative. D. Yeah, I don't hate that too. It's probably either D or F. D tier. All right, we can move it up. It'll probably be at the bottom though. Zep's test. Okay, you misspelled Zep, and also apparently his just test of having to kill Gordon's family. I don't really know how to judge this one. That's also not great. Probably like there. F. I mean, he pretty much is just playing babysitter. That's like his test until he's supposed to kill them. D and F, you think? True, he needed the antidote. F tier? It did give us Hello Zep though, technically. Alright, we can do that. Okay, the Venus flytrap. This is probably, I mean, you put something on somebody's head, apparently this is a winning formula. It should just go back to that. It's either S or A for me. It's not as iconic. People, if you don't know the Saw franchise, you don't really know this trap, but S tier. I think that's right. That would be a tough one to do. Electrified staircase. So deep cut of a trap. We have just walking up the stairs and getting your legs busted and you're getting yourself shocked. Maybe some of these would make more sense for like survivability than they would for like liking the trap, but I mean it's kind of cool. It's probably either C or D though. It's kind of a group trap almost. I mean, they definitely didn't do anything wrong. They're just the ones trying to stop Kramer. So, F tier for that? Dang. Move it down to D. Where's Cope? She may just be, chilling. We can move it down to D. Sure, we can put bottom of D, I guess. True, but I mean, honestly, I feel like if people always died from traps, that would kind of defeat the point. Like, you have to have people survive. I guess we don't know that they fully did, but like, if they don't live, then there's no point of being a test. It's just a straight up murder at that point, which we do get later on. All right, the nerve gas. It's okay. Also probably a C for me. It's kind of just like the ongoing problem for our characters. Yeah, it's pretty low. C or D I would be fine with probably. B tier. Yeah, I mean it is the like background of the entire movie, so maybe we'll keep it in C, but keep it like a high C then. All right, somebody mentioned the guy getting shot through the eye hole earlier. We have that. Very basic. Honestly, this one may be game over for me. It's kind of F tier. This character lasts like 2 seconds. He looks through the eye hole, turns the key, gets shot. Yeah, that was you. Yeah, we didn't have the character early, but we have his death trap here. Wasn't very creative, pretty straightforward. All it really did was to serve to remind the characters in the game that this is real. It gave them that kind of like, oh man, I gotta lock in now. Yeah, it's not really that creative. All right, we have the furnace. This one's kind of frustrating. This is the one with Abi, and he goes in there and he like starts the fire, and I'm pretty sure there was just a valve there to like shut it off, and he just never grabs it. It's a decent trap, I guess, but poorly played. Pretty much the people in Saw 2 traps make bad choices. Don't have much opinion. Yeah, that's fair. I wasn't sure how some of these would go, so C. I think C is probably fair. Yeah, we'll do that. I think Needle Trap is S tier. You agreed C for the furnace? Yeah, I mean, he could have won it though, because if I remember correctly, there was like a valve on the inside that's like pull this, and he just doesn't do it. I don't know why. It feels like they could have gotten the antidote much easier in general. So we said S or A for this one. Yeah, I've never really had a problem with them, but recent years I've kind of had a little bit. I'm not a huge fan of needles either. I'm being realistic. You guys said S and A though. I think A probably makes more sense for me. It is well known, but not much happens. She just goes in and like freaks out and throws them everywhere. Somehow she finds the key, which is insane. I mean, if we want to say that she knew where it was, but she found it after throwing them everywhere. So, and they still don't get it open in time. I don't know how she, because like she finds it, gives it to Xavier, and the reason they don't get it is because he drops the key before he puts it in. So was she planning on him being able to get the antidote? I don't know. Tattoo ones are good. Yeah, she was fitting to go through that torment given her history. I think top of A is where I will put that one. Some of them were real needles. I have heard Ken from Sledgehammer Horror talk about Saw 2 before, because I think he's friends with the guy who plays Xavier. Supposedly, Amanda, like Shawnee Smith, was pregnant during filming, and she didn't tell Xavier until after the scene that she was, and he was like so distraught that he like was kind of throwing her around a little bit during it. But kind of a fun story I've heard mentioned before. Razor box. I mean, this one just kind of makes me mad because I'm like, you could have easily avoided that. It's probably an F tier for me, if I'm being honest. Razor is B. Interesting. Okay. All right. Well, maybe we gotta up you a little bit then. It just feels very like standard. It's like a one of those finger traps, where it's like, don't try too hard. Just think about it for 2 seconds. Don't be like Officer Rig. Don't rush in. B tier. Oh, you guys really like it. Maybe we'll move it up then to the top of C. All right. Saw 3, the classroom trap. I think I mentioned on stream before. It's kind of funny. All That Remains music video for This Calling has the classroom trap from Saw 3, like as its backdrop for the music video. I think it's meant to be easy on its own, rely on the nerve gas. True. There's like outside elements factoring in for sure. It's kind of like the same thing, I guess, as the shotgun from Jigsaw, where it's like, if you stop and think about it for a second, you'll be okay, but she didn't. She kind of just rushed in. The classroom one, it is gnarly. It's the guy that's got chains in all of his limbs. He's got them in his hands. I think his Achilles, and the last one's in his chin, like in his jaw. So you had to just rip his jaw off to survive, essentially. And then we find out the door was like locked shut anyway by Hoffman. So gnarly trap. Honestly, for me, it's probably like there. Top of B, could even be bottom of A, if I'm being honest. Like I could put it A-. A for you? Yeah, I think he would have died if he ripped off that last one. Okay, C. Oh, we'll put it back at B then. I feel so, he's like just like screaming in pain when he's like pulling them off the whole time. Okay, Angel Trap. I like the idea of like the rib cage thing. Problem is another one that was rigged. It makes me mad that Carrie goes out this way. So if I'm being real, it's probably like bottom of C. Could be top of D because the way it gets handled. Tanning bed trap. I mean, that's kind of Final Destination's thing. We had like the wax trap in Spiral. Loses points for unwinnable. Yeah, I kind of agree too. I think it's bottom of C or top of D, depending on. I like the idea, but the unwinnable part is kind of crappy. All right, shotgun collar. Not overly innovative. I mean, her being tied to John's life is kind of interesting, but once again, similar to the shotgun hallway, it's kind of just a shotgun. Maybe it's slightly cooler than that because it has like a triggering mechanism. F, D. I think D is appropriate. Unoriginal, yeah. The example of something around your head not being well received. All right, Saw 3, the freezer room. So the person who witnessed the crime but did not help Jeff. She just pretty much freezes to death. And is naked the whole time, right? It's okay. It sounds like terrifying. She's getting like water sprayed on her and it's like super cold. It's probably C for me. B tier for you? This feels like a decent spot for me, honestly. Meh. Meh sounds like about where this is. C. All right, yeah, let's do it. The pig vat. This is one I think people probably overrate a little bit, but it is nasty. Like maybe like middle of A. For a reminder, this is the judge who is tied down at the bottom of this like big container, and like pigs are being flown in. I don't know where Kramer gets all this stuff to like build this massive facility, but these pigs are getting like blended up and thrown in here, and he's like drowning in this stuff. A. All right, yeah, it's a good spot. Pretty gnarly. The rack. I mean, for me, the rack is S tier. I would debate putting it above the bear trap, but I don't think I can do that. Probably one of the most brutal traps in all of Saw. S, yeah. For a reminder, this is the guy that committed the crime against Jeff's kid. And he's essentially like crucified, and his body starts twisting until his bones all snap. It's kind of a tough watch. For early Saw, definitely. Jigsaw even said it was one of his faves. Yeah. It's gnarly. Okay, Amanda's test. So some of these are kind of weird because they're not really like traps. They're like tests, I guess, as it points out. So what's her test? Not shooting Jeff, not getting mad at Lynn. Like these kind of go hand in hand a little bit. Like keeping Lynn alive is her test, I guess. Forgiving Lynn, I don't know. F, yeah. Probably D tier. Yeah, she had the letter that we didn't know what it was until much later. Okay, Jeff's final test. So not killing Jigsaw for putting him through the ringer. He does wind up killing Kramer, also his wife at the same time. It's kind of gnarly when he's like, I forgive you. Then he brings the blade out. F again. I would probably go a little higher, like D. I'm thinking that too. Like top of D, I was thinking even. It's pretty basic. It's not really a trap. I mean, the ones that say test, it's more fitting of a term there. S tier. You can move it up to C. Top of C. I think that works. All right, the mausoleum. So this is the see no evil, speak no evil with Art, the lawyer. He's got his mouth sewn shut, and the other guy's got his eyes sewn shut. And they have to like fight each other as they're being pulled to the middle by these chains. Interesting idea, I will say. One of them can't talk, one of them can't see, pretty much is the point, and they can't communicate because of that. I think it's probably a good B tier for me. A? You guys are both saying A? Sure. Bottom of A? All right, the scalping portion. This one was nasty. The girl who's getting like her hair pulled back, that's like ripping off her scalp. And then she tries to kill Rig because that's her test also, because she's like a criminal. B for brutal. It is gnarly. For me, it's probably like a C, but at the same time, I could see a B. It's gross for sure. You have to head out. All right, sounds good. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, take it easy. Have a good evening or rest of your night. That's pure terrifier brutality. True. Okay, you guys both said B. Sure, let's do it. All right, we may fly through the rest of these if the Resident Evil is out then. The bedroom trap. This is the one I talked about earlier with the guy at the motel, and he's like assaulted people, and he's like playing on the TV there, and he's like has his limbs ripped off as he's like pushing the buttons to stab himself in the eye. If we're saying traps I like, the problem is there's so much like baggage with it that I don't think I like it. It's interesting, it's creative, but it's like so grimy that it's probably like a D for me. A tier. I'll put it at the top of D. I think that's the best I can do. It's the extra variables around it I do not love. Like it feels like I'm watching something I shouldn't be watching when I have that scene come on. The spike trap. Interesting one. So this is one where they are back to back and there's like these like rods through both of their bodies. Like you can kind of see this one's like through his body and hers. And she has to pull him out to like rid herself of him, and he has him through like his vital organs. Hers are just kind of like, it's gonna suck, but it's not gonna kill you. So she has to pull him through her and essentially kill him. I think it's super creative, I will say. This is probably like, as much as I was dogging on Saw 4, I have their traps pretty high. Pretty brutal B tier. I think maybe we'll go low A then, if you're thinking B. Was debated going here, but we can say A minus. We'll say below the mausoleum if we want. Saw uses the same kind of trap over. True. There are repeats, which makes more sense. Like I feel like if Jigsaw had like 5 billion different ideas, then you're at one point you're being like, where did he get all the funding for this or the time to build all these? So if he uses the same stuff, it feels like more believable. Explosive puppet. This isn't really a trap. I guess this is the thing that blows up in that one cop's face, who we think is dead for a while. It's cool, I guess, but it's probably C or D for me. Maybe there. Yeah. C tier? Let's do it. Let's put it up to C. Yeah, I think that's okay. Knife chair. This is the Cecil one, where he has to like push his face through it to open it up, which he technically passes. But then he tries to come at Kramer, and then he falls into like the barbed wire or whatever. Knife chair is okay. That's probably a C tier for me also. It's probably like that. It's like one of his first things he did as the intense engineer, John Kramer. It's true. Yeah, this face blows off, so he has to build another puppet, apparently. I don't know where he's getting all these. He has them on, like, mass production. B tier for you. Can move it up, then. Maybe, like, there? Spine cutters. Okay, so this is the lawyer who survived the mausoleum. Now has this thing on his back that keeps him from like leaving, so he has to run the game. We don't ever get to see it though, because he just gets shot, I'm pretty sure, by Rig when he's on the ground. He's like pulling the tape out. He's like, you're silly, Jigsaw, this is a test. And then Rig just like pops him in the head. And everybody's just like dead on the ground, and Donnie's head is blasted with ice blocks, which we're about to get to. So I like the idea of this one, but we never see the payoff, so it's hard to really judge it. Yeah, he's part of the bigger trap with Saw 4. D, it's hard for me to judge it without ever seeing the trap in action. I don't know. The ice block. The undoing of Detective Matthews, which was a bummer. He's like standing on it until the door opens. He's not really being tested. He can't really do much. He's just standing there as a victim, and then he gets his head smashed. So, concept school is no point. Yeah, I would agree. This wasn't really fair to Matthews. He didn't really have a chance to survive. He's just relying on somebody else to play games. So he was like the janitor who smoked in this situation. I guess he already failed his test in the in Saw 2. It's interesting. I would probably put it like a B, maybe. Somewhere around there. B or C, maybe. In other like situations, I would have liked it more, but given we kind of did him dirty as a character, I don't know. S? I can be convinced to move it up to top of B then, if you're thinking S. I don't think I can put it with the big boys up here. All right, the pendulum. So we're into Saw 5. So this is the guy that Hoffman kills because he, killed his sister? So he kind of just murders this guy. Once again, unwinnable trap. To me, it's like a C. It's like there. We're kind of approaching the unwinnable section here. Yeah, it's his first attempt at being Jigsaw. C tier. Yep. All right, water cube. I do like this one a lot. This is probably A tier for me, honestly. This is somewhere in here. Honestly, I consider putting it at the top of A. Despite not liking Saw 5, it's a cool idea. It's probably the best part of the movie. Although I say that, maybe I'll drop it down back to where it was. It was supposed to be unwinnable, but he had a pen and was able to survive. S tier. It's somewhere up here. The unwinnable portion, maybe we'll put it here. All right, the shotgun carousel, right? That's what this one is. Pretty basic once again, but it's kind of grown to be iconic. It's probably... Hard part is the trap is not very creative, but the scene is very memorable. D tier. How about like bottom of B? I realize that's not nearly close to D, but I was debating A, honestly. I think we'll go bottom of B if that works. It's not super creative. I mean, it's literally doing the shotgun stuff again, but there's more revolved around it with the other like people involved. It's the people that were like helping shotgun chair. This isn't the carousel. I jumped ahead. I'm like, I was trying to explain what it was, but I'm like, this is Saw 6. Shotgun chair. Shotgun chair. Is this Hoffman in the picture? Is this when Kramer tested Hoffman? Yeah, I am. We jumped ahead. This is Kramer testing Hoffman. Yeah, you're right. I think D makes sense. Honestly, it could even be F tier. It's not very interesting. We'll put it down there. I was like giving the explanation. I'm like, wait, that's Saw 6. The necktie trap. Which one is the necktie? I can't either. I don't know what this is. Trying to see who that is behind the text. That's the only downside with the text being on there. Let's like look this up. Neck. I mean, once again, if we don't remember it, it probably says enough. Was it the opening portion of the main group? I think that's what this is. Yeah, it's the first part with the keys in Saw 5 of like that group of people being tested. It's probably also D. Maybe like there. Then the ceiling jars. So these are the things that explode. Yeah, so this is the sequential order of the people being group tested. This is the Saw 5 group. Yeah, I think that makes sense there. Ceiling jars, this is the one that made me annoyed because I think this is the one where you could have survived it. So I'm going to just put it down there. It should have been obvious it was a group thing at that point. Here's where they just electrocute themselves a little bit, but they just throw one person in and have them just die. Probably also in the D category. Oh, you're good. Yeah, I was doing the same thing. The pints of blood, it's kind of the same thing. You're sacrificing blood. You should have done it as a group, but now you have to give a lot because there's only 2 of you at the end. It's a little bit more creative, I guess. Maybe C. Glass coffin. So the ending of 5 with Hoffman going in the coffin, the walls closing in. I like the idea of like the Indiana Jones, like walls closing type of thing. B for the pints. Yeah, we can move it up maybe and C. Maybe like right there. The coffin I feel mixed on because that made me mad because we lost Strom at this point. But the idea I do appreciate. I think a lot of people would put it like high, but for me it's like middle of the road. Like it's like C or B, I think. Because conceptually up here, how it was done is like down here, so we wind up somewhere in the middle. I mean, we could say B. Potentially. A tier? Yeah, we can move it up then. Maybe like there and B. I feel like Hoffman got very lucky in this scene. Like, why did he put him in the box? That didn't make much sense. Was he thinking, oh, I'm gonna put you in a trap? But like, I feel like he would have just taken him down and just not thrown him in there. All right, Pound of Flesh. This thing always like not one of my favorite Saw openings. We have the girl who chops her entire like arm off because the guy has so much more like weight that he's chopping off, and whoever has more weight on the scale survives. He's winning the whole time until she throws her entire arm on there. It's super gross. But is it effective? Yes. Do I enjoy watching it? No. It's once again probably like a B- or C+. B tier. True, we do have a survivor. I mean, we had to because there was an either or. It was like the mausoleum situation. We'll say B-. The oxygen crushers. So here's where we have the janitor plus the insurance CEO breathing over and over again. This one kind of sucked, right? Because you just kind of screwed the guy who obviously is not going to be good at breathing. Probably D tier. It's a pretty tense scene, but it was pretty obvious he was going to lose too. The most painful Saw trap. The oxygen crusher. I don't know. There's some pretty gnarly ones. C tier. Sure, let's do it. Okay, the gallows. There's not much here. He like has to pick between one of two people. The other one falls to their death. It's probably F tier. It's not very like it's like there. Not much. There's not really a trap. Yeah. All right, the steam maze. This one's okay. He has to like touch this, put his face up to the pipe, right? Because it's like, or I'm thinking of Jeff a little bit too. He does that earlier. But he's like going through the maze and the person's trying to kill him, I believe, as he's going through it. And there's like a girl that dies in this one, right? I think the girl that's in the trap with him does die. He's trying to like help her out. And I think she gets killed. But the fact I can barely remember, I'm like, B tier. I feel like since I'm like a little hazy on it, I'm like, it's probably top of D. A lot of these ones where they're like the main person going through the traps and they're trying to help somebody else, I feel like the person they're trying to help always loses. Shotgun carousel. We are finally at the this part again. Shotgun carousel. I think we'll put you here. I know it's the shotgun thing again, but it is pretty great. It's basic but effective. I think King Matthew, you were saying it should be lower, but I think we won't go any higher than that. We're getting a Grown-Ups 3. I think I saw something about that. More Adam Sandler, I guess, is fine. Oh, you enjoyed, so A tier? Yeah. Okay. Let's move you up then. Top of B? Well, could it be A? Sure. Okay, the acid room. This is one I mentioned I'm not a big fan of. You just pull the valve, it hits him in the back, injects acid, dude dies. Oh, you're good. This one kind of is lame. It's probably the weakest point of Saw 6 is the ending. Very cringy line where it's like, you killed my dad. F tier. I don't hate that idea. Maybe we'll say down here at least. Yeah. Okay, we're doing a bear trap again. This is the time that Hoffman's in it, where he jams it into the door and it only half opens and only like half tears his jaw off. And I kind of thought he was dead at the end of Saw 6, but then he's back and he just stitches it back together. It's like, okay. Not as good as the original. Sounds like the guy from Princess Bride. I mean, ironically, we do have Carrie Ellis in here. But yeah, him avenging his father. Bear Trap 2. It's okay. I mean, if you took him out, maybe it'd be a little bit higher. Middle of B. C tier? Alright, we'll drop you down to the bottom of B then. Public Execution. So this is the opening to Saw 7 where they're out and this girl has two guys she likes. They're fighting and then eventually they team up and say screw her. This was a bit over the top. This is either D or F, I think, for me. It's pretty rough. Maybe bottom of D. It's weird that Jigsaw has like this public display. Like, how did he get them in here? That nobody saw him. If you think about it too much, you're like, what is happening? F tier? Sure, let's do it. Honestly, maybe there. All right, the pain train. So the nightmare that Kramer's wife has, which doesn't actually do anything. So I think this also probably goes in F because it doesn't happen. It's fake. I don't know. I don't think it probably can be put any higher than that. I know we also have a fake one later in Saw X, but this is a bad fake one with bad 3D CGI. All right, the horsepower trap. So this is the one with Chester Bennington, right? I assume we're supposed to be. Yeah, they. I think they were just like done with the franchise. They're like, let's just push out this last one. I think this is the card one, which was interesting. Honestly, this could be like a C for me. Maybe even higher. There. B tier. It is, yeah, it is pretty, the aftermath is pretty gnarly. I think probably there though. Maybe there. Okay, lawnmower trap. I'm trying to remember what this is. I don't think I remember what the lawnmower trap is. I'm thinking of like Sinister when I'm thinking of lawnmower. Oh, they're being suspended over the lawnmowers. It was just okay. Yeah, it's like a very brief moment, I'm pretty sure. We'll put it D. Saw 7 has pretty rough traps, I will say. Suspended cage. I think I remember that one. Is that the one with... There's so many traps in 3D, jeez. Is this one where he's early on? Like this is Sean Patrick Flannery where he's getting out of that first cage. Suspended cage. Let me look this up and make sure. For sure that's just like when he first gets out at the beginning. Yeah. Pretty average. I don't know. It's probably also... A lot of these are probably just going to go in D. This one's interesting, though. This is the one where his assistant, and she has the like wire down her throat or whatever, or like the line, like the fishing line or whatever it is, and he has to pull it out, but it's got a hook at the bottom, and she has to not scream. I like this one in concept, actually. This one probably could be up in B. Yeah, they also had to one-up each other. Like, I didn't watch Saw for the gore. I watched it for like the soap opera twists and stuff like that. But every year they felt like they had to one-up the last one, which got a little bit excessive. Impalement wheel. I don't know if I really remember that one either. Where he's like has to lift his shoulders up. Yeah, I remember that. And it pushes the thing into her head. It's not bad. Probably C or D. The trap that kills Jill. Fair. Sure. Hangman's noose. Is this his friend who he's trying to throw the key to? Which one is that? Let's see. Hangman's probably tells you all I need to know if I'm like looking these up. Yeah, it's the one where he throws the key to his friend and he like hits him in the chest and it drops. I actually don't mind this one too. It's pretty intense. Like that maybe goes in B also. Wisdom teeth. I think he just has to pull his teeth out. Not the best, probably. I mean, maybe like there. The brazen bull. Is this the ending where he has to climb and put the hooks into his chest? Because that looks like his wife there. That's like being put in the like fire at the end. Brazen bull's okay. Maybe like there. Well, yeah, he gets up there and we think he's gonna be successful, but then it rips through, like the hooks tear through his skin and he falls, and then she dies. So that part, I mean, she gets kind of screwed. That part makes me want to drop it. Maybe we'll put bottom of C. All right, the sentry gun. Is this just like when Hoffman's just killing people? Is that what we're calling this? They just walk in and it just like unloads on them. That's pretty like basic. It's not really a... Honestly, it's probably F tier. It's barely a saw trap. It's more like a... it's more something like Lucas would have in RE7, honestly. I think the only win for that one is like it takes out some of the cops that are very brain dead in that movie. Cyanide box. Which one is that? I don't know if I remember the cyanide box. True. I don't remember this trap. I see a picture of a trap, but I'm like, what are you? Oh, it's just poison gas. It's killing people. Another thing that kills the cops. Not very original. We'll put it down. Honestly. Sure. All right, the bear trap. This is... They continuously get worse. This is probably the worst one. Like, honestly, I think I would put this one in F tier. Mainly because of the outcome. Like this may be honestly just maybe there. F tier, yeah. Could change these two around. We'll put you there. All right, we're into Jigsaw. Almost done. So the bucket room, I like the idea. You have to like cut yourself. It's not very hard in order to be set free, as long as you like play it correctly. But it was a cool looking trap. Honestly, I could be talked into B even for this one. Twist was obvious, but that's okay. Okay, no deaths, C. Honestly, I don't mind that though, because if people just die every time, then it's like, well, what's the point? As I said, like, give us a chance. Chain hangers, this is the one that annoyed me with a very obvious answer for which syringe to use. This one probably deserves an F for me. It's cool they're getting like pulled up in the air, but I did not like the lack of logic used in this one. All right, the leg wire. The one dude steps through that plank and gets his like leg stuck. It's a pretty gnarly one. Maybe D. It's like decent, but not. There's not much to it. He just kind of like accidentally falls through it because he goes the wrong way. Grain silo. C tier, the leg wire. Yeah, we could put it at the bottom of C. The grain silo, I feel like, wasn't great. I mean, it was interesting having stuff like drop on the people when they were trapped. Maybe it's just like right after that. Yeah, something like that. Bottom of C. All right, the cycle trap. This is the one I think people do like, where it's like the motorcycle thing. You know, I could be talked into B though, honestly, for this one. It is interesting. Maybe like there. Fresh concept. True. True. Maybe we go top of B here. All right, the shotgun keys. So here's one that I do really like. It's very basic. It's not really a trap even. So you could say that and probably put it low, but I like the idea of you had to think about it. The key was in the bullet and she shot it and kind of screwed them both. He got kind of shortchanged there because he couldn't move and just had to rely on what she did. But like, I would probably put it, honestly, I'd probably put it there. One of the best parts of Jigsaw to me. It's like the only scene we actually get Tobin Bell in that whole movie too. Where he's like, this bullet holds the key to your freedom, or whatever he says. Yeah, she was definitely mega bad guy. I felt bad for him. He got stranded there. But she kind of had it coming. I mean, she also tried to kill him, so certainly had it coming. All right, laser collar. I didn't like the CGI in this one. Honestly, this is like top of D for me. Cool idea. We're doing another thing on the head, but I feel like it looked pretty meh. Maybe C, but I don't think it was that great. B tier for you? All right, we'll move it up to C. Honestly, maybe there. Yeah, when you don't see the lasers on the ceiling, the little fake out. All right, 2 movies to go. Spiral, Subway Trap. Talked about this. Probably the best part of the movie, which is unfortunate because it's like the first 5 minutes. I think it's probably a B tier trap. Maybe like there. Pretty gnarly. And probably the only trap really in this movie that was like overly winnable. Yeah, it was the opening kill. Finger trap, very similar to the one that was in Saw X a bit, but his fingers are like breaking. I think it's like a C tier for me. You know, I'm gonna move some of these up, I think. Let's move the brazen bowl here and the laser collar there with it. C tier for the finger trap. Yeah, I think that's probably true. Maybe like there. The wax trap, this was one that was like unwinnable, right? Like she had to like break her spine or something, if I remember. That was a big problem with Spiral for me. The traps felt like it was like too cheap. D would be my guess, probably somewhere. Just okay. You liked it? Okay, we'll move it up to C then. The glass grinder, not really anything creative. There's just like glass being shot at you. Honestly, this one could be an F in my opinion. Like, not much going on there. You think F also? All right. Marcus Banks test, which is what? Let his partner go? Or no, this is Marcus. So this is Sam Jackson when he's like doing the marionette puppet where he puts the gun towards the cops and gets blasted. He doesn't really have a chance though because it automatically moves for him, doesn't it? Once again, I think maybe F. It's interesting doing the marionette puppet, I will say. So, I mean, I like the idea, just maybe do something else. I know it was supposed to be kind of a commentary on like, if like the cops shooting him. Yeah, moved after he failed the test. Yeah. Maybe above, maybe like there. I like the concept as far as like being trapped where your body's moving without your control, but I just don't think that was a good way to do it. I don't know. Maybe we could put it in bottom of D. Probably one of the reasons I don't love Spiral 2. True. Yeah, you're just kind of a puppet almost. That is very similar. It's a good point. Which we do have the U up here, so. All right, the eye vacuum. I think, Kim Matthew, you said you haven't seen X, so I can kind of fly through these. And I guess be careful for spoilers here if you care, because I'm probably going to talk about them here. All right, eye vacuum. So this is Kramer's imaginary contraption he uses on the guy who's stealing money at the hospital. Some people would hate on it because it's not actually happening. It's just his, in theory, plans. But it's a pretty gnarly one. I want to say like C, maybe. Pretty much has to break his fingers, right? So that before his eyes get sucked out. All right, the pipe bomb trap. This is the one the guy actually lives from. if I remember. But it's just okay. Let's see. Maybe like there. All right, the wire trap. This is the one that probably the only Saw trap that I mean, I can watch it obviously, but I do not actively like this scene. Which I'm torn because it's like a really well done and creative one, but it's a hard watch for me personally. So I debate how to rate that because it's like, it's good, but I don't really like it. Yeah, the brain one is brutal. It's not as, honestly, the wire trap is the hardest for me. I'm probably gonna put it in game over because I don't want to watch it. I'll put it above. I'll put it there. It's a well done, so I'm keeping that in mind, but it's not for me. The brain surgery one is gnarly for sure. I do feel like a lot of people's points in Saw X, there's not a lot of time on these traps, so they get kind of screwed. I realize they wait a little bit too long to make a choice, which you could say is on them then. The brain surgery one, top of C. The radiation one, it's okay. Top of D. Yeah, it sounds like that's kind of your thing that you're not a fan of seeing then. I get it. Yeah, anything where there's like I don't want to say like a triggering feeling, but anything where it's like sensitive, it's like, I don't really love watching that. Bloodboarding trap was well done. Honestly, bloodboarding trap may be A tier for me. Probably like there. With him and the kid going back and forth, taking turns. It was pretty emotional too. Maybe actually, yeah. One of the better parts of Saw X for me. Gas chamber. Okay, so you have Cecilia and husband being impacted, and she just winds up killing him. Pretty standard. It's kind of like the gas house, but just in a smaller space. D. Sure. Disembowelment. We never actually see this. This is like the post credits. It looks cool, but similar to the one for the lawyer art. Where do we have that one? In D somewhere here? Yeah, the spine cutters. We never get to see it. Granted, this one never happens, but this one just, the credits cut and we don't get to see it. So that's a factor, but it looks super cool. So in theory, it gets points, but not played out. Keeps it from going too high, I think. I'm looking at some of these other ones. Maybe there. Yeah, I think directionally this is probably okay. Probably won't see the aftermath. Yeah, I don't know what they'll wind up doing. Maybe we can move some stuff up if we want to make it so it's not so like hating on the franchise. We can say needle pit, pig vat. Honestly, for me, I could probably move all of these up. And then from there, that may be a little bit more evenly distributed. These are definitely the iconic ones. So we have the bear trap, the rack, the opening of Saw 2, the needle pit, the pig vat, the Cube, the Bloodboarding in Saw X, and the Key from Jigsaw. It's a pretty good spread. I mean, we have Saw 2 and 3 represented twice. Both well-received movies, makes sense. I think those are the standouts for me. The other ones are okay. Some of the other ones that probably could be recognized would be like the Shotgun Carousel, the Cycle Trap from Jigsaw, the Glass Coffin, the Original Bathroom. Those are probably like the big name ones. Honestly, we should probably move those for that reason. Maybe even you up there. I think that's probably okay. After probably here on down, they're less just iconic ones. Yeah, solid list, I think. I have quite a few in the bottom that, I mean, we do have this one from Saw 2, but it's mostly Saw 3D. Yeah. This one's here for a personal choice, but like, it's pretty much Saw 7 that is carrying a lot of the bottom, which kind of makes sense. It's a very over-the-top movie. All right. Should we? Do you want to do a couple guess the movie, then we can close out? I don't have much else planned for the Saw discussion. I know we're going for quite a while at this point, so 4 hours ish, 4 to 5 hours. Maybe we'll do like 5 guess the movies and then wrap it. And I need to honestly do my post for tomorrow for the 13 Horrors of Halloween. And maybe I'll play some off stream. Maybe I'll try to work on Village of Shadows a little bit. We can guess a movie. Yeah, let's do 5 of them. Not a whole lot, but just a little bit. All right, let's find where we were at. We've done pretty many of the movie ones, that's for sure. All right, let's see. Guess the movie. Yeah, I think people were burnt on the Saw conversation, which I did want to make it kind of a themed, for the most part, stream. All right, let's pop this up. Cool. Just slide over. As I said, not do a lot of this. We'll just do like 5. So if anyone hops in who's not aware of what we're doing here, we're shown pictures. First picture for a movie. We're trying to guess what movie it is from that still. And then as we don't know it for longer, we get better information as we go. Messing around with Forgive Me, Father. Yeah, you've been buying a lot of games lately, it seems like. I've heard mostly good stuff about that one, I believe. I don't know about the sequel, but the first one I've heard of, at least. Looks like The Matrix. It looks a bit older than The Matrix, you know? Right? What do we have here? Are we in a rough part of town? It looks like the building's a little bit run down. The filter over the camera is interesting. Like it's like a bluish tint to it. I'm trying to game because I haven't been painting. That's fair. Sometimes you gotta go through like phases of stuff. Honestly, I was thinking like Training Day or something with this. Maybe I'll try that. No. Ooh, we're watching baseball. I think this is baseball, unless it's like cricket, but appears to be baseball. Yeah, I remember you saying Ninja Gaiden. I didn't really play the franchise, but I know it's like pretty well received. Why are we watching baseball? Is this like 42 maybe? Remember the Titans? Nah, not for baseball. 86% 8. What else could it be? The Rookie maybe? No. This looks like it's a little bit more modern than 42 would have been, like with the car and stuff. I don't think it's the Sandlot. This scene looks like very much like the Sandlot was in like the suburbs of like a nice neighborhood. This feels like this building looks a little run down. Phone booth. I mean, this first picture, I could see it. Like we're in like New York or something. I'm getting like LA vibes from this. What does it say? Main Street? So, a good movie with baseball scene. Oh, you know what this could be? I might know. What baseball do you think this is? Because this is not like Major Leagues. At first I was thinking like hardball because he takes the kids to watch the Cubs play, but this does not look like a pro team. They're wearing like just casual attire. Although it could be the kids in hardball. You know what? Let's try it. Okay, apparently that movie doesn't exist. So, unless we're saying it's 2 words, no. Okay, never mind. This person looks like a child. It could be the Sandlot. Not just say that. I mean, the second picture in the score. This looks like we have Benny the Jet or something. But I don't get this picture. This doesn't line up to that. Benchwarmers? Nah, not for that score. Is there a baseball scene in Slumdog Millionaire? For some reason that movie came to mind. I don't know why, but it did. What do we got in the background here? It's hard to judge like how much, because like would they have shown us this picture if it was a straight up baseball movie? Fences. Let's get another picture. It's not Moneyball, but sure. Thriller, drama, crime. Okay, I'm getting like we're in Miami now vibes. Huh, this isn't like Blow, is it? I think that's always when I think of. I think of like a Miami crime. 2 Guns? Isn't that a video game? Thriller, drama, crime. Honestly, I was thinking like The Wire if it was like a TV show, but I don't have any good guesses, so it's not going to be that, but we're unloading some stuff from this truck. What are we unloading? Don't know. I mean, you said, what did you say, 2 Guns? Coach Carter. I don't think that would fit that genre. You said 2 guns? Sure. Okay, is this main character? 2000, huh? Main character in suit, potentially walking. Who knows where? I think once we get the actor, it would be more helpful. I can't even fully tell your complexion, if I'm being honest. Hard to make an assessment. Like, you look like a politician, like I'm like, the Manchurian candidate. I don't know. Yeah, but I mean, thriller, drama, crime. It's not Titans. Like, what, we're like unloading drugs or something here. I don't know, dude. Uh-oh, Michael Douglas. This feels like a movie I'm not gonna know. I'm assuming that's who we're looking at in the back view there. 2000s Michael Douglas, pretty good movie. I don't watch a lot of his stuff, if I'm being honest. It does feel like you got some like White House or like Capitol stuff behind you here. I don't think I've seen this, but I feel like I should know the name of it. But it may be a miss on this one for me. What's up, JDev? Traffic? Never heard of it, but I'll take that. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. We just wrapped up, and you got it. We just wrapped up the Saw tier list stuff, and we figured to do 5 of these, and you came in clutch because no shot I was getting this. Steven Soderbergh. Yeah, I've never even heard of this movie. I would not. I mean, pretty amazing score. So me not being familiar with that at all is kind of surprising. But I don't watch a lot of Michael Douglas's movies. Interesting. All right, well. From the movie Falling Down. All right, we'll do another 4 of these. Ooh. Okay, this looks like a bit older time. Fires in the background. So are we burning the village? Structures are definitely a little older. We have some kind of ladder, but it's like straw houses. And something's burning nearby. There's a lot of directions I can go here, I think. Is this like, are we in a bit of an abandoned, like a isolated location, or is this a fantasy based thing? Why is everything burning down? Was this a man-made fire? Smokey and the Bandit. That's a deep cut. I don't, because there's smoke. I assume that's the association that was made there. I doubt it, but I don't think I know this. For some reason, I want to say like Dragonheart or something, but I know it's not. Screw it, we'll do it. except it's not gonna let me. Okay, so it is not fantasy. It is modern, or like realistic. Our statue, is this like Civil War or something? Fort Jackson. All right, so we have a military-esque movie. We're burning down villages. Is this like Platoon or something? Yeah, military in the background. I don't think this is it, but Stripes? Could be. Sure. No. Vince Vaughn? Huh. What war movie is Vince Vaughn in? I've never seen him in a war movie, I don't think. It's not comedic at all. Hacksaw Ridge. I don't think I've seen that, but you are right. It is. Yeah, you got that one. 2016, pretty recent. Andrew Garfield. Yeah, there he is. There is Spider-Man. There's Spider-Man number 3. Looks pretty traumatized. I haven't seen this. Want to get a 7 to 8? Not bad. He was Garfield. Oh, right here. I haven't seen this, so I did not pick up on that. His jawline does look like Garfield, but the haircut is not. I'm used to him having longer hair than that. Nice. All right, 3 more. Okay, we're celebrating in the backyard. Is this a wedding of sorts? People wearing suits, white suits, and black suits. I assume we're at a wedding. We have people in dresses over here. Is that the bride potentially? Is that a white dress with bridesmaids? Can't tell how old this looks. Probably not too old. Like the lighting in the house look not too old, but some of the characters with the camera look a little bit. Wedding singer? Maybe. I was gonna say like bridesmaids or something, so could be. Do you see Sandler anywhere is the question? Could also be I don't think this is it, but Tommy Boy when his dad gets married at the beginning. Trying to see somebody that would stand out. Are you like a Secret Service? You're wearing suits, but you're like standing in a position like you're guarding something. Is this the groom here? I don't know. If this is a rom-com, I'm going to be in trouble. I will say that. You want to try Wedding Singer? We can do it. There's also Wedding Crashers. That's popping up. Let's send it. No. 48%, 6.4. What's happening here? Are these 2 people? 40%, 6.4, so pretty bad score. Could be comedy or rom-com. I don't know what's going on here. Looks cool. We have some kind of like light over here. It's just like a fantasy type of... I feel like we're in like a cave. I don't know for sure. Yeah, this one's not overly helpful. And the score is not helping me either because I'm like, it's got to be a crappy movie. I don't know. Like we're in some kind of cave, it feels like here. I don't really... National Treasure 2. I'm down, sure. Book of Secrets, you say? It was. I mean, thematically, I was gonna say like Indiana Jones, or to Cope's favorite, I was gonna say Uncharted. So, yeah, this is the party. I did say Secret Service potentially, or like guards. This is like when he steals the president, right? That was a good poll for sure. Definitely a good grab on that one. What else do we have here? He does not look great there. He is quite upset. There's his pops. A third one? It's been a long time. Did we do 3? Yeah. So we'll do 2 more. Ooh. We have like a dragon down here. Some text on this. Minecraft? No way. Didn't Minecraft come out this year too? So it wouldn't, using my deductive reasoning, it would have been 2025. Was that this year? I feel like Minecraft came out this year. All right, this is like kind of cyberpunky. Very neon lighting. I can't really see what's happening over here. It's just like a wet street or something. It kind of feels like we're in like an alley area of like Japan or something. Willy Wonka? I don't know how you're getting some of these guesses. I'm always thinking like a Jet Li movie or something here. Could be that. I don't know if we're getting any on the first picture today. I was seeing dragon. I wanted to say like girl with a dragon tattoo, but I think similar to you seeing smoke, I'm just seeing dragon. So I'm like, let me put dragon in the title. I'm trying to think of the other like Jet Li movies that I know where he's like, there's that one where he's like kind of a killer, but he has to like, he only fights when it's like necessary. Let's just get another picture, I think. Ooh, really well received. 84%, 8.6. He was in Expendables. Jet Li was. Is this like a film area? Like, what are these shapes of? Are these like antenna? Yeah, I know Jackie Chan was Rush Hour. I was just saying that I was trying to think of like Jet Li movies specifically. But none of them came to mind, so I just sent that on Rush Hour. Well, I kind of foolishly guessed Rush Hour 3. I'm like, what would Rush Hour get an 84%? TDK. I don't know. This doesn't help me so far, I don't think. So let's do the first Rush Hour. Sci-fi drama thriller. All right. You were being interrogated by this guy. I'm thinking like a District 9 or something, but no. Sci-fi drama thriller. This isn't like a Blade Runner, is it? Got nothing. You're definitely asking this guy something. You're grilling him pretty good. And he's not having it pretty much. He's like looking off to the side. Don't know. Oh. It was Blade Runner. Maybe should have guessed that here. I did say this is like cyberpunky right off the bat. I've actually never seen Blade Runner. Okay. 82. Harrison Ford. These people look kind of creepy. Well, maybe we could have gotten on the first picture. It did kind of come to mind, but I was like, not really sure. Ridley Scott. All right, last one. There's like a drawbridge here. And once again, similar to that picture from Hacksaw Ridge, lots of destruction in the background. Kind of looks like we're in Europe somewhere. For some reason, I want to send it on like Jojo Rabbit, but I don't have a real good reason for that. A lot of like war looking movies today. Just like destruction. Well, I can't tell if we're building these roofs or if they're destroyed. Maybe they were destroyed and we're rebuilding them. Don't know. But the roofs are like torn off. They're just not there. Full Metal Jacket. Another one I haven't seen, so it is showing up here. Screw it. Oh, you were maybe right. $1917. Yeah. Well done. A lot of pretty good scores today. Not the one of them I think was like a 48 or something, but a lot of like 8 out of 10-ish scores. Another one I don't think I've seen. I don't think I've seen 1917. Came out recently. That's probably partially why. Dean Charles Chapman. Interesting. Yeah, good call. I probably wasn't going to get this one if you didn't throw it out there. Like when I saw 2019, I would have been like, I had no idea. Band of Brothers. Like, I don't know. It's very good. I probably haven't seen like a ton of war movies the last 20 years or so. Maybe like 10 years is more accurate, but I think the last war movie I saw in theater was like Dunkirk, which was probably like 10 years ago. I don't know when that was. Yeah, Saving Private Ryan is traditionally my answer. I do want to at some point see that warfare movie that just came out. Has the famous single shot of him running, all soldiers running on the field. I don't know if I know that one, but maybe I'd recognize it. All right, let's wrap up today. Not as long of a stream today. I mean, it's still 4 to 5 hours, but feels like a good stopping point. Obviously, we did the tier list for Saw movies, traps, and characters, so pretty extensively ran through it. Talked a little bit about Welcome to Derry. If people are into that, I will continue doing movie review or video reviews for each episode. Probably keep it on the shorter side, like the last one was like 4 to 5 minutes. I think that's kind of a good spot for me. We Were Soldiers is your favorite movie. It's got Mel Gibson. I assume Cope will hate that movie then. 1917, All Quiet on the Western Front are your favorite war movies. I assume Saving Private Ryan would probably be a guess for, or an answer for me. Black Hawk Down's okay. The movie kind of drags on a little bit, but a lot of famous people in that one. Those two stick out probably for me for the most part. I guess it depends what all counts as a war movie, but like American soldiers being involved is typically, I feel like, the requirement. Because like technically Lord of the Rings is a war movie, but it's not quite. Yeah, it's a sad movie. I think there's a point to where like the guy slips and shoots the kid or something like that. Full Metal Jacket. Fantasy War different. Then there's also like, is Tropic Thunder a war movie? Like, it's kind of there's a lot of gray areas for war. But yeah, maybe we'll talk war movies in a future stream. But yeah, upcoming this week, stay tuned for my last 4 horror movie posts. And I'm probably not going to schedule them too often because weirdly enough, when I schedule them, I can see them, but then I look and they're not visible until I make another post of something and then they pop up. I don't know why that is, but 4 of those still coming. We'll do a stream to recap them. I debate streaming more this week since I'm not doing other videos per se. Probably just depends. Maybe like the Resident Evil 8 DLC. We need to wrap up Halo Reach at some point too. No, I don't think it's Thanksgiving food just yet. Probably a little bit more into November. What happened with your poll on YouTube Day? Where the F is it? But yeah, other than that, we'll keep doing the Welcome to Derry stuff. And yeah, go from there. So appreciate you all hanging out for a bit. Rusty, thank you so much for the super chat. Very kind of you. And hope you guys had a decent time talking about Saw. I figured it's been a while since I talked about the franchise. I did the ranking of the entire franchise and then reviewed the first one. But other than that, it's been kind of just conversation here and there. So you hit a repost for the show. Yeah, I don't know why. It's weird if I schedule a post and then when I made another post, it like then refreshed and had everything pop up. So I had to like make a fake post. They all popped back up and then I just deleted the one I made. So kind of strange. So thankfully I don't do a lot of scheduling of posts, so it's probably not gonna be a long-term problem. But yeah, super strange. Other than that, I hope you guys had a great evening and hope you have a great rest of the week. Have a happy Halloween, if you will, with Halloween being on Friday. So hope you guys are doing fun stuff for it. And other than that, I will catch you guys next time. Take it easy.